Hello, lovely people. It is Tuesday, April 19th, and today we're going to be coloring the next episode of the middle-aged webcomic, presuming I have all my tools here. It looks like I do. Just missing my glove, my handy-dandy glove. We are streaming to both Twitch and to YouTube. Thank you, Kevin MacLeod, for the music. Make sure I can hear it too. Hey, LJ, how are you? I think we've also added a few reply commands. So if someone types in exclamation... Wait, where do I do this? Exclamation point Patreon, what do we get? And I think exclamation point Discord, since I've set up a Discord server of sorts. It is bare bones, but we're getting there. We're coloring the next episode of the Middle Age. You can see the black and white version there. Got some menus up. All the texturing's been done. All the inking's been done. I have not put the word balloons in yet, but yeah, so far so good. If anyone's catching this a little bit later on, the plan is still to return to the affiliate status at Twitch, but I can go into more detail with this in a little bit. But it would seem that no, you're fine. You're fine. Well, it might be moot because when I signed up on, let's see, get that, turn that off. After an account does well enough on Twitch to warrant an invitation to the affiliate status, again, I jumped in blindly, not knowing the restrictions, and I immediately recoiled because I have people who come in on YouTube, and why would I want to leave them out? But then YouTube kept throwing little hurdles at me after the fact, and it kind of pushed me further and further over to Twitch. Hey, James. Feeling twitchy indeed. So by the time I got to so I got to the affiliate level, or affiliate worthy level, over on Twitch. Immediately jumped in, not knowing the side effects of like, oh, suddenly I'm breaking the rules by streaming to YouTube and Facebook, things like that. And also, couldn't tell if it was coincidentally, but my YouTube audience was growing quite a bit while I was streaming. I was also streaming a lot at all odd hours, especially when I was testing the software. I was streaming 4 or 5 times a day. It didn't always work, but I was attempting to stream. And my YouTube audience was growing a lot. Like 4 or 5 new subscribers a day, which again, that's nothing compared to some people out there, but for me that was a ton. Eric. That's my backup plan. OnlyFans. But I have set up a Discord for those people who are interested in that sort of thing. If exclamation point Discord should... If I've set up these replies right, boom. And I went with the name of the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. Where are we? Let me turn off the iPad for a moment. And turn on our department logo. Something subtle. I wanted to be... nothing too fancy. So that's the Discord channels, the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. Yeah, I know. And I know that Twitch was sort of, moving into that with the hot tub Twitch machines. Okay, let's turn off the department logo for a moment. Get the iPad back. So, I off-boarded the Twitch affiliate program. I mean, it was made, the choice was made more difficult by a few people immediately becoming subscribers on Twitch, meaning that I was immediately making more money on Twitch than I ever have on YouTube. But with my numbers growing on YouTube, I was getting closer and closer and closer to an unlocking ad revenue on YouTube. As soon as I cut off YouTube, those numbers plummeted. And so instead of being almost there with YouTube, I ended up spiting myself. I end up doing it totally wrong. So I think if I let YouTube grow to the point where I could have achieved that, could have unlocked that metric, that would have been very helpful. But I lost that momentum, and it hasn't quite come back. I started streaming to both platforms again, and I have noticed YouTube is still pretty good about sharing my content, but it's not like, you know, it's not like all 1,200 subscribers on YouTube are being notified. It doesn't have the notification system that Twitch has. It doesn't have the rating system that Twitch has. So I offboarded the Twitch affiliate program, and when I got back into my dashboard, it said, oh, you've qualified for Twitch, so here's how you apply. And so I reached out to them. I thought, okay, I'm going to go through the process again. Let me do it. I came up with a plan as to how I can juggle both platforms. And when I tried to click on the become an affiliate link, it told me, that link is expired and you're out of luck. So I've opened a ticket. We'll see what happens. For all I know, I might have locked myself out of Twitch affiliate status. But, I explained basically that I don't know what I'm doing. But they also there's probably a simple form field on their end which says this person is more trouble than they're worth. And I would totally understand that. It gave me an error on Discord. I think that's right. Oh wait, I heard a bleep on Discord. Is that somebody here? Hey, I see Jimmy James. I think I do. I think your tutorial videos or our targeted topic videos that have made you that you've made evergreen. Yeah, I have to do more of those. I certainly have to do more of those. And I think that's what it comes down to is, in a perfect world, stream on Twitch 2 days a week, stream live on YouTube 1 day a week, completely different content, and then basically just swap the videos. Here's a replay over on Twitch of the YouTube thing, and here's a replay on YouTube of the other thing, and it means I have to have 2 different setups on my dashboard here on the back end, but of all the hurdles I jump through reformatting my webcomic for webtoons and all that stuff, that's going to be the least of my worries. So I'm coloring the next episode. I've already done these. I've already done the flatting for the comic, and you can see that with the various pieces that are in my menu there. And I'm wearing a new shirt, which is the Cones of Dunshire. It's about the cones. Not thrilled with this shirt. I like the color and all that, but the logo should be higher. Come on, people out there. All logos should be Superman height or Batman height. None of this. What is this other stuff? I don't want it centered on my belly button. So I posted a big update on Patreon that's available for everybody to read. It's not paywalled at all, but it has just kind of a recap of all the stuff that's happening. Various conventions. I've begun conversations with 3D modeling manufacturers, not the modeling manufacturers, the people who would replicate miniatures to get the minis made. Oh, I did get the minis of little baby Jarn. Come on, get into focus. Please, I'll be your best friend. That always works. So the mini of the baby dragon Jarn and the mini of Bob came in. If you go to Patreon, you can see the photographs. Come on, I'll be your best friend. Don't jinx me. Son of a... There we go. So they turned out great. The minis turned out great. All sculpted in Nomad Sculpt on an iPad. And Simon's Magic Shoppe, Shoppe, they did the printing. They have an Etsy shop. Shoppe. They have an Etsy Shoppe. Shapewear? I'm so confused. It's all been a blur. But the Patreon was the response to the Patreon update was great. Everyone's super nice. The big thing for me is getting some of those commissions out the door. I've got some people who've been waiting a while for those, and I think they turned out nice. So I created a few channels in the Discord server. So if there's anything that, any channels you think we need, or any other, I don't know, different ways it's broken down. There might be too many. I've managed message boards back in the day, and I found that having too many can be a problem because it sort of splits the conversation. I need to put the whites of the eyes in before I get too far along, because that'll help me shape the folds of the eyes and the lines around them. So I'm creating a new layer called Eyes and Teeth. I make them all the same kind of off-white color as my starting color. I fill in an outline and then I drag the color over to fill it, to fill the space. The tricky thing is with this character, with the king, I tend to make the eyes a bit more naturalistic when it's a very cartoony story. When I draw these lines around it in black, it suddenly starts to look a little too, I don't know, realistic-ish. Kind of like Alex Tothe or Bruce Timm versus Walt Kelly. It kind of just changes the style a bit. But if I do it in the color stage, I can kind of give him those kind of squinted eyes, a kind of conniving. He's always up to something. I wanted this to be a character that no matter what they're saying, their expression makes it seem malevolent. I think I heard some beeping over on Discord. Hello! That's fantastic. People have popped in. That's nice. But I need to do more reply commands. Let me see if I can close that out over there. Some reply commands for the chat. But all that might change if Twitch suddenly says, hey, you're an affiliate again. Okay, that's it for the eyes. I'm going to go back and, again, I'm adding 2 layers of shadow for the face, and then 2 layers of highlight, and then I'm going to go back in and add the rosiness to the nose and things like that. This is another weird page where it's 2 horizontal panels, and I'm going to have to slice them up quite a bit to have them fit WEBTOON's format. I thought about changing things around and finding other ways to squeeze the panels and the story in there, but two horizontals just worked best. But if you go to patreon.com/Steve Conley, you can read the latest update for free. It's got all sorts of photos of the new minis, and talk about the different events I'll be attending. Currently, there will be a free comic book day event in Reisterstown, Maryland in May, and I'll be at that. Then Heroes Con in Charlotte, North Carolina, I'll be there. And then what's after that? A bit of a break. I don't think I have anything in July or August. In September, I've got 2 events. I've got PalmCon in Palm Coast, Florida, and then the Savannah Comic Con in Georgia. And then in October is the Baltimore Comic Con. So I'll be around all East Coast for now. I mean, I know some folks have been saying I got to come out to the West Coast. I totally do. So if you know a show that wants to fly me out there and put me up, that isn't on one of those already spoken for dates, just have them reach out to me. What I like is having a cartoony face, but having kind of a naturalistic coloring on top of it. It creates this weird... I don't know. I feel like it's the best of both worlds. Maybe it's the worst of both worlds, but it feels like it's the best. David, hey. Yeah, I know. I was like, I just signed up for all these conventions, and they're like, you know, like I'm just setting up the flight for Reisterstown, Maryland, into BWI, and I'm like, oh, and no masks. Great, great. But that was it. You know, I don't know. I'm the last. I seem to be the last guy in Florida wearing one. But I don't know. I just hope that the variants that are out now are, you know, they're the ones that are eluding the viruses, and also they seem to be less severe. So if they're crowding out the worst stuff, maybe that's the glass half full I have to focus on, so I don't hyperventilate. But I did the show in South Carolina, and masks were intermittent at best. You know, it seemed like there were some people who were wearing them, but I'm pretty sure I saw more Stormtrooper helmets than I saw masks. I would say that's or even numbers, probably. It would be tough to convince me to do San Diego, though. Although, who knows? Maybe some of those shows are going to maintain mask mandates and things like that. It's hard when the airports don't. I mean, I thought that was the sort of thing where people are like, see, you can wear one. You know, it basically helped people understand, oh, I can wear one and it's not the end of the world. And what's interesting, though, is I expected more of a backlash for people wearing them when I was at South Carolina. I just thought, oh, I'm wearing one, someone's going to give me grief. Like, I've never heard anyone give me, say boo to me about, you know, lecturing me about, I don't know, connecting it to Fauci or something dumb. I kind of thought that would happen. I'm pleased to say it hasn't. But if they think, you know, if the problem truly was that just didn't want to be told to wear one, but I just know that's not it. It's not that. They just don't want to wear one. I think it attacks their identity in some way. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world to do. Just be nice. Anywho, so this is the next episode. This is episode 279 of The Middle Age. I'm super excited about this one. I liked drawing this the king's bald spot in the back because I just drew it the way they drew Archie Andrews' hair on the sides. He has a kind of, I guess, that sheared look, I guess that undercut look. I did the same thing on the back, just the kind of cross hatching. That was cute. But I really do like the king. I mean, his whole design is based on the idea that what if I create a character who, no matter what they're saying, it'll be taken badly because of how they look. They just look so they look so awful. They are so bastardly that that people, no matter what he says, people will just take it the wrong way. I don't like that. It looks like he's got some weird neck thing. I'm gonna go in and fix that while I see it. It all comes together now. I'm just trying to get Archie Comics to publish me. I think this would fit well within the Andrews verse. Oh, I can't see. When cons and comic festivals come back, when the pandemic economy made you too poor to go to any of them, it is interesting. I have seen at the convention I've been to, people seem to be itching to spend money. Like it's like whatever money they would spend at conventions normally, they've just been setting aside in some sort of, you know, just filling their Stormtrooper helmet with the money that they're going to spend when they finally go back to the shows. So people who are coming out do seem to be itching to spend, which is great. Great for me, you know. I'm like, oh heavens, I'm on the wrong layer, or something is amiss. There we are, wrong layer. Darken that whole thing. Still not sold on whatever the heck is going on back there. I'm just gonna delete any of that highlight I had back under the ear. It was creating a weird shape that I didn't like. Especially his figure's gonna be in. I'm gonna put a big blue mask over most of it, like a really kind of affect that whole figure. So that should really put him in shadow. Just sort of he should be in the scene but kind of out of it. She is wearing a flower crown. She is. Conventure Comics asks, how do you like Procreate so far? I love it. I've been using it for this comic for about 5 years, and it's coming along really. I mean, I know Clip Studio is sort of the preferred choice for cartoonists using iPads, but for me, I like this thing a lot. And I'm just sort of in that. I've got momentum with this program. 278 episodes done with it, and plus a lot of covers and spot illustrations. I've been thinking about changing it up for the next project I do. But now it's just sort of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach. So I put in 2 layers of shadow and then 2 layers of highlight. If you've watched me stream it all before, you know that's my shtick. I'm using the exact same color as that base flesh tone, and that kind of gives me the color range, the value range that I'm looking for. When I'm done, I will add other colors into the mix, just so it's not this monochromatic thing. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like the colors to look like they're not relating to each other. Like hints of various colors in the environment should be reflected on the faces. Eric says, yeah, since I live in the Pacific Northwest, I have to fly to all of them, and it'll be a while before I can afford the plane tickets. I hear you. Yeah, I'm not excited about flying. I've grown to like masks in general. I mean, as a comic book fan, I think we should, as comic book fans in general, I think we've all should have been pretty cool with the idea of masks. but it is like definitely a toxic subject with some people. So the subject's toxic, not the virus. Oh, I heard a boop. I heard a bleep of some kind. We have. That might have been a different thing. I'm going to close out Discord. Anyway, the Discord channel's there. There should be a link in the doobly-doo. Making sure it's not beeping while we're chatting. But I hope everyone's working on some beautiful stuff. Creating some lovely art of their own. Again, if you check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/Steve Conley, there is a public post, no cover charge. You can see a ton of updates about the Metal Age, about the 3D models. The new batch of prints just came in for. You can see them in the bottom right corner there of the baby dragon and Bob, the character holding the sign. The prints turn out great. I've got a call tomorrow with somebody talking about mass producing them, possibly as part of a Kickstarter. I've got to get some prices and see, can I afford to do this? I think part of the model making process, 3D sculpting, that's tricky, and why, that thing's an art, and I'm just sort of stumbling my way through it, is that designing a figure in a way that can be easily removed from a mold is a tricky thing. I wanted to make the character something that could be 3D printable. That's one thing. That is one set of considerations, especially if someone's on a filament printer, which basically is like drawing it with icing in 3D, and it's got to cool into the shape that you want it to be. Or the resin printer, which they're sort of lasers, are burning the material into the shape you want it to be, upside down. All of those are done with supports in ways when the figure needs them. And then you have on the other end this molding process, which is going to be creating the 3D shape inside a mold, which can be clamshelled open. Is that the right way to phrase it? Anyway, this mold that has to be pulled apart without pulling the figure apart. And then when you have characters as complicated as mine, how do they do that? In some cases, the hand with the staff of Melvin might be a separate piece. So some assembly may be required, but it'll be the best way to have the figures work. I suspect Quimp's sword hand at least, will have to be a separate piece. I think his figure's next. Yeah, so that in that case, maybe if you want to put those arrows in, you're going to have to glue them in yourself. So I think model makers are used to that kind of ask. So I'm going to defer to the manufacturer. There's also a question about the size of the dang things. It's also a question about the size of the thing. Some people want them to be 28 millimeters tall, about an inch tall. That's standard for D&D, for many D&D. And then there's kind of the 30 millimeter, just a bit taller. Currently, Quimp is about 40 millimeters tall, so he is like a 9 foot tall, 8 foot tall, 9 foot tall character. So he will crowd out people's tables. So it's just something I have to think about. Do I shrink the character down further? What does that mean for the size of the arrows? What does that mean for all that stuff? But I'm going to defer to the manufacturer and ask what they think I should do. They're way more familiar with this world. They have to figure out how to print the thing. I might do, and for all I know, those figures are going to change quite a bit. I might have to remove those arrows from Quimp. It just might not work. So we shall see. But I had the figures at the South Carolina show, and people loved them. One person wanted to buy one right off the table. One of the prototypes I have. So I set the color. I like having that color really bright. It helps me see where it is. And then I lower the opacity of the layer to... so it's still there. The nose and ears are still red. The back of the neck, little bits on the forehead and around the eyes are still red. But not, you know, they don't look like a clown nose like they do halfway through the process. That'll be hard to cast for the movie. Well, like the characters. Yeah, I don't know. I think Quimp would have to be maybe a young Jim Gaffigan. I'm sorry, Mr. Gaffigan, for even saying that. But part of it is I hope it can't be cast easily. You know? This is comics. I like the idea that I like doing things that aren't going to be designed for cinema. It's like it's a whole other thing. I'm not saying it's better because it can only be done in comics. I'm just... I think there's something fun that happens when you're reading something that can only be done in comics. Just like there's some things that are fun only in film. Highlight on the lips and the nose. I'm going to soften this glow, this kind of reflected light on the ears, the back of the neck, maybe the top of the head too, just a little bit. I don't hate that. Alright, I'm going to do the eyes. This gets a little weird because I don't... Usually I load that layer as a selection and then draw within that selection. That kind of keeps my... But because of... we talked about this in the past. Because these eyes were drawn with soft edges. They basically... there are pixels that are neither 100% the eye color and not 100% not the eye color. There's like stair steps in between, and those stair steps can create a halo around the color. And so to avoid that, I basically draw outside the lines and then only use those colors as kind of those shapes as a guide for deleting excess stuff. So it's sort of like using a frisket after the fact. If anybody knows what a frisket is. Or using an alpha channel. Or a stencil. Or a... I don't know. It kind of looks confusing, but it'll all make sense in the end. I select it, I invert it, I delete the excess, clear that layer, and then merge it together so I don't have to type any new names in. And that's our eye color. Now I'm going to create a new layer above that, and I'm going to draw in a little bit of a hint of an eyelid. Frisket. Animated would allow Gaffigan to voice Quimp. That'd be great. I would love that. And then we get Rowan Atkinson for the sword, and we're all set. Or Stephen Fry, or Dame Judi Dench. Someone suggested... Dang it, who is it? The actor who played Swearingen. Or played Lovejoy. Or played... Dagnabbit. Thanks, David. I appreciate that. Gaffigan was Pretty Girl and Stargirl as the Thunderbolt. Oh, that must be season 2. I'm a bit behind. Eric, I think I'm only one episode into season 2. I did start watching The Batman last night, and all I could hear is Abed Nadir from Community doing Batman. Doing his Batman voice the whole time. Okay. It's piping. We got the crown and trim. Let's start there. I don't know why I can't think of Swearingen, the actor who played Swearingen. He was also in John Wick. Yeah. Oh, you can't remember the name? Ian McShane. Thank you. Yeah, Ian McShane as the voice of the Wobblade. It'd be awesome. Well, I appreciate you trying, David. I think it's very coy of him to pretend like he doesn't know who you are. So I'm putting in the same shtick, 2 passes of shadow. And I'm putting some highlights here. In the end, that ornament, that kind of floral pattern that I've got sketched out throughout the king's costume, that will be changed to a dark gray as a final touch. So it won't be pure black as we see there. So one of my favorite moments from a publisher, I was talking to some publishers about picking up The Middle Age and publishing it, and bringing it to comic book stores and to bookstores, which I currently don't have distribution to comic book stores or bookstores. But I think that's an important market. Ton of readers out there who love comics and love paying for comics, which makes them decidedly different than the internet. And the publisher I talked to, who I was very hopeful for at the Baltimore Comic-Con, was looking through the pages. I've told this story before, but they were looking through the pages, and they got to the scene where our hero, very early on, meets Kevin the Illegible. And the whole shtick of Kevin the Illegible was it kind of happened accidentally. I was trying to come up with a good font. Each one of my characters kind of has a unique font. The humans tend to have one font. The dragons have another font. When the dragons are in humanoid form, they get the human font. Things like that. But I knew that Maledicta, the Blade of Woe, has his own font, or their own font. And then I thought this other sword would have a different font. It's going to be darker, more, maybe more malevolent, old school. So I was looking at these black letter fonts, which are very ornate. They look like they're very gothic. And I could barely read it. And I thought, that's brilliant. That's how he's going to talk. He's going to talk in a way that it's hard to understand what he's saying. And the hero, Quimp, is never going to understand a word he says. So, and that became the kind of a joke for the episode, that he's speaking Gothic. It's very illegible. So he became Kevin the Illegible. And this publisher came to my table and was flipping through it. They were brought over by someone who worked at the company. That person was acting as an advocate. They were very excited. Wanted to introduce me and said, "Oh, this is something we should do." And the guy is looking through it, and he sees that page, and he says, "I can't read that." And he said, "I can't read that. You might want to make that an easier to read font." And I said, "Well, that's the joke. It's his name is Kevin the Illegible." And the guy just looks at me like I was speaking Gothic. Like he couldn't understand what I was saying. I said, "It's Kevin the Illegible. The idea is it's hard to read." And he said, "You should make it easier to read. Make it because you can't read it." And I was like, "It's so nice to meet you. Really so nice to meet you." That was basically the end of the conversation. I'm like, "I'll self-publish. Okay, Patreon save me." Because it's illegible is the joke. Forget it. I had no hope. I'm certain it's dumb jokes like that get me Eisner nominations. Like jaded cartooning fans who are like, they've seen it all and they get to a dumb joke like that and they're like, "That's it." Still, oh man. Well, David, I thank you. We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this Twitch stream until David casts the entire film. The guy was like, he just couldn't understand what I was saying. Like, there were definitely dumb jokes in the strip. Like the wizard's orders a Jabberwocky, and it's just a chance to write like Lewis Carroll for a minute. I'm sure somebody would be. Why are you doing that? What is Whittles Fremble? What is it? Gyre Lisketly until the Whittles Fremble? Yeah, my spell check is having a lot of trouble with that. All right. I give up. But I'm on the other end of this thing going, "Come on, it's got a talking sword." Huh? Yeah? Talking sword made a fart joke. Come on. It's money in the bank. And I'm not dissing fart jokes. I'm just not only doing fart jokes. I think that's the trickiest bit about writing a long-running comedy, is just trying to break up the cadence so it's not the same kind of joke every single time. That's not like, because it would be impossible to binge, because you would just be like, "I get it," you know? Fry was quicker. Fry's writing 3 books, doing voiceover for 12 documentaries, and doing 45 touring lectures, speaking engagements. He'd love to, but doesn't. Well, thank you. That was the best chance we had. Do I know this publisher, Steve? I bet you do, David. Eric says, "Guy I knew pitching his young adult graphic novel about a teen girl in the Middle East getting a scholarship to study in America. And one editor he approached said, 'Can you make her 12 instead? Maybe she goes to space camp instead, because middle grade is what sells right now.'" Yeah, that's a tough thing. A lot of these agents, they can't make opportunities. All they can do is be in the room when an opportunity comes around. Like there's some publisher who just said, "I wanted a 12-year-old outer space girl story." And the agent goes, "What have I got?" And they look at their roster of people and they try to hopefully have someone who fits that thing. So it's not... A lot of people think agents can just sort of magic stuff out of the air. I do think agents are coming into that situation, I think, having been given instructions like headhunters trying to fill jobs. Um, yeah. So next up, David, will be a cameo. Um, David, I don't believe so. I don't. No, they do not. I say I would. I'm positive they do not. No, 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 no. I did talk with that publisher at one point, but I think they. I was talking with a adjacent publisher at one point, David, and that didn't work out either. They were doing. There was a publisher who was doing something similar-ish. They were doing a fantasy story with. I don't think it was a talking sword, but there was some sort of fantasy adventure thing that they were pushing. And I frankly, I know why people don't publish this. It's not cool. My stuff's the opposite of cool. They want to be. I think they. I don't. That's not just. I don't think that's just self-deprecation talking. I think they really want to be a part of something that's like edgy and yeah, edgy and cool. And my stuff is not that. It's like explicitly not that. Yeah, there was a publisher, like a significant publisher, who I thought, A, they would be great because they have contacts in Hollywood. I mean, that's another reason why to even talk to those folks. Because they're in those rooms. Yeah, I understand. I can't blame anybody for not publishing my stuff. I saw another question. Is it by? Didn't I? Hopefully I didn't miss it. Tanny D. Hello, how are you? Hi there. I'm making a webcomic. What is your advice for to not get back pain? Stretch, exercise. That's all there is. It depends on what the back pain is, but see a doctor if you can and ask for like a physical therapist. A couple of people gave me a few stretches that saved my arm. I was getting bad golfer's elbow. I guess that golfer's elbow's on the inside and tennis elbow's on the outside. Golfer's elbow, basically from all the repetitive motion, just again and again and again. And they gave me 2 stretches. I thought I was going to go in there and have to get like a shot or some sort of injection of something to reduce the inflammation and to reset my arm in some way. They gave me a couple of stretches and sent me on my way, and I'm like, okay, I'll see you in 3 weeks when I come back in here in equal amounts of pain. And within 2 weeks it was fine. Like, there was a few stretches they gave me and I do them every day, save my arm. And then just trying to be in shape, so we're mean to our bodies. We're practically motionless. We're hunched over. If there's a whatever the Vitruvian Man is, we're the opposite of that. We're like practically fetal all day, with an umbilical to a coffee pot, and we're just not kind to ourselves. So I would just say try to stay in shape as best you can, and just to compensate for what we do to ourselves. A nice comfy computer chair, yeah. An episode takes me 2 days. It takes me a full day to color and a full day to draw. Clint Howard just called. Oh, Tranya. Just called me because he heard that I was scouting talent. Oh, yeah. He's top of my list. Eric says, yeah, good agents should be working on selling their clients' books, not telling their clients to make what they... Yeah, there's a wonderful agent who goes around some of these conventions and they're lauded as being this wizard. And I'm like, well, they are. I mean, Saruman's a wizard. Illuminated says, I want an alt workstation. I don't know what that is. Christopher, how would you feel about the Middle Age being part of Louis C.'s comeback strategy? That would be something. Isn't he already back? Didn't he get a Grammy? I thought we would never hear from him ever again. But and am I saying that I'm all for canceling somebody? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's the price. If you're awful, yeah. Goodbye. I'm not even slightly confused by that. Yeah, David, I bet his schedule's wide open right now. LJ, I don't know what an alt workstation is. I will look that up. But I'm really excited. I'll be talking tomorrow. I think talking tomorrow with a vendor who makes minis, and they seem to do excellent work. And I've been very happy with how responsive they've been. Hopefully, get some quotes, and we can look into having those little figures made. Alt workstation. Yeah, I also just try to stretch while I'm working. Like, I'll take a break. I watch that Miyazaki documentary. That Studio Ghibli documentary where, every once in a while they're getting up and they're just moving their arms, and of course they should be doing that. I should be doing that. I should also be doing good work like Studio Ghibli, but I'm starting with the arm exercises, and I'm assuming the good art will follow. Oh, thanks, Tanny. I appreciate that. Does the sword need to be male? Because Roseanne... Yeah, only if it's improvisational. Please don't stick to my script. No, I really feel like this is an avenue for someone else's self-expression. Yeah. I can't ever get caught up in any of that stuff. Who would you cast in your movie? Whatever. It would be... No, forget it. It's all silly. All I would ask would be that Jon Favreau would direct it. And then that would be it. That's all I would want. Because apparently... between Mandalorian and the MCU, I think he seems to have a bit of a... He doesn't seem embarrassed by the content. He seems genuinely giddy about the IP that he works with. It's never this kind of, let's pretend it's not the thing. It is, He seems very... respectful of the source material and almost honored to be a part of it in some way. I get the same thing with Peter Jackson. Even Lion King, Lion King at least seemed to be like a technical marvel where I can think you can go, I don't think there was I don't think there was much pressure on him when he did Iron Man. I think people thought Iron Man, this third tier character in the Marvel universe, is getting a movie, really? And it's being played by a washed up actor. All right, this should be awful, but don't worry, it'll be on par with all the other terrible superhero films that came and went, and no one cared about. I don't think anybody expected it to be that good. But Lion King seemed to be a different thing where it's like, what is this and why are we doing this? Oh, money. We're doing it for a paycheck. Okay. All right. Thank you, David. Ang Lee with that sick 120 frame rate. I think David just wants me to spit up all over my iPad. I think that's what he's got. I think that's his goal here. That's what I'm certain. Oh wait, that's decoration. I want to turn that off. I don't want to turn that off. I want to turn off the background candles and curtains. Let's move those to their own group and put them below the color. Put ahead of the backgrounds and turn them off so they're not in the way. Where are we? Bob and King colors. And this should be a fairly straightforward page to color. There's not a lot of figures. The King's costume is particularly simple. I mean, it's got a lot of stuff happening with lots of piping and all this stuff, but the colors are simple for reasons. So I suspect I'll be able to finish the coloring for this during the stream. How married to English are you for the spoken language of the animated film? Not at all. I think my work would play particularly well among non-English speakers. And Jimmy James says, and Elf as well, with practical allusions to solve Buddy's size. Yeah, I thought, yeah, Elf was a joy. Super simple, you know. Yeah. And I thought it was a weird choice. I remember that for a while there, I believe David was talking about, like, before all the stuff with Mouse Guard was happening, like, I think before, that you just wanted Seth Rogen to do all the voices. I think that's what you said. Like, you thought that mice sound like Seth Rogen. That they, there's a lot of coughing. I think that's what you said. I think it was a documentary or a panel discussion. David says, I found an online listing for 37 Cantonese. David. Well, no, I mean, don't save the link, David. Eric says that don't forget Jon Favreau stole Christopher Moltisanti's mob movie idea. The writer of the Clay movie. No Rogan? Really? Really? I thought you said only Rogan. So if you are on the YouTubes, consider jumping on over to Twitch and subscribing and following there, because it looks like the plan is currently, if everything falls back into place, that we'll be streaming to both platforms but individually. So there'll be Twitch streams and there'll be YouTube streams. There'll probably be 2 dedicated Twitch streams each week and maybe 1 YouTube stream a week. So if you want to be in the loop, be sure to be available on both platforms. And eventually, the idea would be that replay of what people missed on one platform will be available on the other. But I think Twitch will be the primary home. David says, I did have a mental cast for Mouse Guard going in. Not that they could get those people, but it became a language for describing the kind of actor voice tone I saw. Oh, that's wonderful. That makes total sense. Is there blank space on panel 2 to the right? LJ asked. Yes. I could show you what that is. We're not spoiling anything. The idea is that when I was putting in the flat colors, the silhouette was just kind of cutting into Bob's shape, and so it became tougher to put those in. So I basically I'm turning the background layers off. It also helps me see that if I'm coloring outside the lines, and anything I can do to reduce the distraction with myself on the screen. For myself on the screen. David says, it meant that I could reference actors who had passed on or had aged out of the role too. That's great. That's fantastic. I like that a lot. It does help when people know what their characters sound like. It's weird in this silent medium, but for me, it really helped to have a voice with certain characters. I mean, otherwise, I think they just all sound like yourself, I would think. But, you know, especially if it's someone who's like over the top, like you put a cartoonish character in, you put the voice of, there was one villain I was writing and he was absolutely Sidney Greenstreet from Casablanca, or Maltese Falcon or any other film, a lot of Bogart films. So basically I put that character's voice inside somebody and I was like, oh, they can't sound like anybody else. Yeah, so the Fry and Laurie ref you've given, or Rowan Atkinson, helps. Yeah, exactly. Just thinking about that. Even when they're doing a character, or if you pick a character from Python and you put that voice into a minor character's head, like as long as you always clue into that. And I can tell that there's certain people like, I bet Matt Mercer, when he's doing Critical Role and they're going back to talk to a character, like they're totally out in the forest and someone uses a sending spell to reach a character who's half a world away, and they have to respond, and Matt has to respond in the voice of that character. I'm certain next to that character's elvish name is like, you know, the name of an actor. It says like, I don't know, Rhea Perlman. It just says that next to the person's name, and it's like, oh, that's enough for him to go, okay. Wait, what? People are tensions are running high and I don't understand. All right, that's it. I'm taking myself outside. These are quotes from The Sopranos. Oh, thank God. I'm like, really? I mean, like, what happened? I missed a few things. Things got heated. Oh, Tanny on YouTube says you were doing ASMR with your tablet. Really relaxing. Oh, good. Yeah, you should have been here for the chainmail. I almost passed out twice. Okay, I've got the cape. I've added the highlight. I think that's the only highlight I need to add. I'm going to merge that down. I need to add highlighting to these pieces. I kind of forgot those. So I was thinking about finding like a soundtrack that would just be like Fast and the Furious or something incredibly kinetic to play while I'm doing this. It would almost be sarcastic. But please don't watch the stream while operating heavy machinery. Okay, that email beep is bugging me. I'm going to stop that. No, none of that is pressing. Quit. I'm gonna just add a little more darkness to the cuffs and things like that. I'm gonna go through later. The last step I do is I go and add extra shadow to everything, but I want to have a little more density right now. Okay, that's plenty. We'll do the piping and the buckle. So I have to double check on the affiliate thing. I've reached out to them about reinstating it. And we'll figure it all out. I was kind of put off by YouTube's, all the various hoops YouTube is making me jump through. So I kind of basically just apologized to Twitch and say, yeah, I've done this. I've done this whole thing backwards. But fingers crossed that they can sort it all out, and then I could get back to where I was weeks ago. But I have set up a couple of response things here, so if we type in exclamation point Patreon. This is a link to my Patreon page where I just posted today a free post for everyone to check out, which has an update for the middle age. It's got photos of the latest models that were created, or that are hopefully will be created as part of a Kickstarter. It's got examples of the cover, a cover art sketch for the next collection. It's got the title of the next collection, which I think is going to be, is tentatively, oh my gosh, what the heck did I call it? I had a note about that. It kept changing. That's why I said tentatively, because I'm concerned about the, I also didn't want it to be too much of a giveaway as to what the story is and all that stuff, but I think it seemed suitably vague. What do we call it? Each and every one. That's very sweet. I'm flummoxed by the question, but it is more like I have always struggled with weight. It's something I kind of got under control during the lockdown. And also, as you get older, you just put on weight, and so you get it. Gravity tugs at you harder, and everything is just, you just like Mr. Incredible in the Incredibles. They show what he looks like when he's a young man, and then later on he's just kind of like, it takes its toll. And you see photos of anybody from when they're young people to when they're older, and you just put on weight, you get softer, things start to sag. And it was important that he looks the part. He looks like someone who was very comfortable, someone who was very happy, and his world was kind of shocked. And he lost his job. He went on. This is a quest he didn't want to do. He was happy to be a knight, and his contentment kind of was reflected in what he looks like. And it was something I learned early on in cartooning, is that people should look like the lives they've led. I look like someone who's not gone outside ever. who stays indoors all the time. I'm, very pasty, and so like so it was important that Quimp looked like the life he has led. And as being someone who's middle-aged myself, it's like, okay, I wanted to do that. It's harder to stay in shape. It's harder to take care of yourself. So that's why he looks the way he does. It's part of the story. Also, from a technical standpoint, this was designed to be a comic strip, and comic strips are very short and very wide, and so that kind of begs the characters to be short and wide to fit the space. It's kind of like designing a frieze. You're basically trying to fit things into a pre-existing shape. And so the characters are in the story. The wizard is about as tall as Melvin is about as tall as Quimp is. He's if anything, he's shorter. It sometimes presses on the other characters who are not short or wide, like Phosphine. I can see that. I can feel the ceiling kind of cramping her design a bit. Made it really difficult to show any human-sized character next to a dragon when you have such limited space. That's why sometimes I just had to blow the design up and just let the thing breathe and not just be comic strip sized. But the design of the characters just had to suit the story. Okay, we're on to the tabard. Have a sip of soda. So I don't know, for folks who don't know who I am, I'm Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a very, very long time. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read on WEBTOONs, Tapas, and GoComics, and on my own website at middleagecomic.com. And you can support this webcomic at Patreon at patreon.com/Steve Conley. I think there's a link in the doobly-doo below. And I just launched a Discord. Let's put that in there too. The Discord has a handy name to remember. Which is the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. So really easy to remember. Oops, wrong color. There was an interesting story this week too. There's a website called The Daily Cartoonist, which kind of basically it's newspaper comic centric, but they had a story about censorship, how there's increased censorship throughout the US, and also touched briefly on webtoon censorship, which I've heard first-hand accounts from people about it, where suddenly they get a note from Webtoon saying your material is too mature or too risque for their platform. And there's not much of an appeal process. And that's sort of what the story was about. How there's no recourse. So you got this platform with 72 million, according to this article, 72 million registered users as of the end of last year. And you could be locked out of that platform because of something that they've decided. So that website is Daily Cartoonist. The story's a little old now, maybe a couple of days old, but worth checking out if you're a webtoon person. I don't hate that. Shirt and pants. This is basically just the sleeves and the legging. I don't even know if the leggings are even in the scene. Oh no, that's the shirt. Oh, I've got his sleeves messed up. I'm gonna fix that if I can. I have a color flat on the wrong layer, so I'm going to try to merge them together properly. Eric, I guess we got to go somewhere else for that not safe for work edition of the Middle Age. Yeah, I think so. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't know how much. It's a very dark gray to begin with, so I'm not going to do too much. I'm just going to add a light screen just to pull out some of the, just to add a little bit of brightness in there. I think that's done. I'm just going to even reduce the opacity a little bit. Sleeves. Oh, and I did save the gloves for last. That's a mistake. I always try to do the faces then the gloves because those take the most time. I like things to get easier and easier as I go along, and I've set myself up for extra effort at the end here. So I haven't heard back from. I just sent that note to Twitch today about hopefully reinstating the affiliate program, and who knows. So as soon as they do that, that will affect my schedule, but it'll mean Tuesdays and Thursdays on Twitch, assuming that they let me back in. If they don't, again, that solves my problem in a whole different way. Like, oh, okay, I'm locked out. Fine. That's one less thing to worry about. But as soon as they do let me back in, presuming they do, I'll upload a new schedule, likely to Patreon. And also be clear that when I post, when I'm on Twitch, I'll explain when my YouTube streams will be, and when I'm on YouTube, I'll explain when my Twitch streams will be, that sort of thing. How are we doing? 5:22. We're doing great. All right. I think I don't like that shadow on the arm just a little bit. I'm going to lighten that up a touch. With a soft brush. This was a hard edge there. I'm going to lighten it up a little bit. So the other big news we've talked about the last few weeks has been that there is the call to action contest happening over at WEBTOONs, where they're looking for people to do a 60-panel story as a single installment, and I think it starts June 1st, runs through the end of July, and you know, if you're a cartoonist, you know, the top prize is like $50,000. So maybe worth checking out. I think the only real requirement, apart from being 60 panels, is that it has to be an action story of some kind. Eric saying, I do remember looking at webtoons back in 2017 and 18, and they had laid out their guidelines about what's allowed on the platform. That seems to have disappeared and replaced with more vague terms and conditions. Yeah, I think that's the word, is that it's much less clear nowadays. I think it's probably in their interest to be unclear about it, because I think if they said, okay, here's what you can get away with, every comic would go right up. Well, not every. Many comics would go right up to the letter of the law, and you know, a lot of these sites are just mostly concerned about being allowed to be kept on the iTunes store. You know, so a lot of their conditions are external. That's kind of what sank Tumblr, right? Tumblr was all this, okay, granted, copyright violating content, but it was also, you know, and risque. But they wanted to be kept on the app stores, and so they changed their terms, and the backlash was so rapid that it really messed them up. I think they went from being a very valuable company to not so much very quickly. Putting these folds in, I'm not entirely sure if I like them, but I feel like I'm overthinking that right now. So I'm just going to put shadow on the other arm, just because it's behind Bob. And I just don't want it to distract in any way from Bob. And I'm coloring outside the lines, so I'll have to clean that up at the end. And I have a simple cleanup effect for that. I just basically use that layer as the main layer that I'm drawing within. I have a flatted section that is that shape, and I use that selection to clean up outside the lines. I use it a lot. So no 3D modeling today. It's just going to be working on coloring this page. Actually, if I manage to get the page done ahead of time, unlikely, but if I can, I will maybe do a little bit of 3D modeling. Some sculpting in Nomad Sculpt. Alright. We'll duplicate the sleeves layer. I'll use that selection at the end to clean it all up. Select, invert, clear. Huh. Why did that not work? There it is. I must not have clicked it. And the gloves, the toughest part. Do I want to enable dictation? No, I do not. Why did it try to do that? I must have accidentally clicked the keyboard. Illuminated says, LJ says, there needs to be a fight scene between 2 or more characters in the call to action. Okay. Eric saying, Tapas had similar issues with the iTunes App Store's restrictions. Or has similar issues. Eric says, works with Tapas, so he's able to speak with some expertise on this. Says, we have a whole team dedicated to evaluating what's allowed, what needs advisories, and what needs to be edited or changed. At least on the localization end. I can't speak to the original side. That's good to know. Very good to know. Also, the Ringo Award nominations process is now open. So anybody can vote in it, in any category. So if you'd like to consider voting for the middle age in the humor webcomic category, you can go to ringooawards.com. And if you want to put my name in for the cartoonist category, I wouldn't I wouldn't stop you. But please consider The Middle Age in the humor webcomic category. That's the one I'm kind of hoping for this year. Okay. So I've got the king's hands just kind of gently resting on Bob's shoulder over here. So I'll color those in while I remember. Oops, I want that to be the watercolor brush. I want it to be a soft edge when I'm coloring these in. Oops. I'm not sure if the way I shade these fingers makes much sense. I just started shading them like that at one point during the course of the story, and I just liked the way it looked. And I kept doing it. But again, I'm not sure how logical it is. I don't think I could justify it from a... If I was trying to 3D model it, I don't know if it could make the lighting make more sense. World needs more humor stories nowadays. That's what I think. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Things are pretty bleak out there. So I'm adding the shadow to the fingers. I start from the lightest side and move forward. That just process tends to help me with my erasing. So like as I'm adding these highlights to the side here, I'm going to be going on this side of the line accidentally. The soft brush will just poke out that side. And so I can clean that up as I go, and it will help create the shape I'm looking to create. So I grab a nice sharp brush. This is called Steve's brush. It is a free brush you can download from my Patreon page. No cover charge for it. So if you're using Procreate and you want to use the same brush I'm using, it's one I've customized. I use it as my eraser. I use it as my main inking tool. So I put those highlights in and then I clean them up. And then I move to the next finger. This one finger's lit a little differently than all the other ones. I've switched the lighting around. I'm not sure if it works. I kind of think it might. Glad people are quoting The Sopranos. I haven't seen that show in ages. I don't know. Does it hold up to rewatching? I seem more and more behind on everything I need to be watching lately. Eric saying, Sopranos has gotten better. There's a reason why Gen Zers have latched onto it. All the frankness about mental health, the critique of American capitalism, all of that is only age better. That's great. That's fantastic. That's nice to hear. It was weird because it was like, to me, it was like this. The Sopranos was this weird show about how in storytelling, if you gave the main character the motivation of taking care of their family, they could do anything. Like they could be completely evil. Even if they weren't good for their family, if they told themselves that, if they told the audience that, they could get away with murder. It was interesting to see a protagonist who was so awful. I felt like Breaking Bad kind of saw that and wanted to counter that a bit. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, Eric, I can see that for sure. That's the trouble with a lot of that stuff. It's like people just see the outsides, you know, the external stuff. But I also wonder how many people watched it for all that external stuff. You know, how many people watched it for the wrong reasons? It's a tough needle to thread as a creator. Like, there's a cartoonist who told me, "Oh, you definitely want to." Basically, it was encouraging me. Just I need to introduce like a sexy female character in order to, you know, really put butts in seats. And I'm like, that's not the story I'm telling. So it's like I can't just introduce new characters for no reason apart from fan service. So I don't know. Right, right. Yeah, it's interesting, Eric. I wonder about that. I wonder about like how much good storytelling was made possible by including enough stuff to pander to that other um oh wait, there's another. Oh, that's the other glove. I have to include that. I have to put a few more highlights in here. That's just not enough. The gloves, the knuckles of the gloves need a bit more brightness so they'll feel 3D-ish. I started watching The Batman last night, but I could only really watch the first 7 or 8 hours of it. No, like the first hour and a half. I saw that was still like an hour and a half to go. I'm like, okay, I'll have to pick this up some other time. The whole thing seemed to be filmed in slow motion at the beginning. There's just huge sections of it, and then it would be a motorcycle chase, and that would be it filmed at high speed, and then back to very moody. I mean, I kind of like that it's going for kind of a horror vibe, but it's still no Batman the animated series. Okay, how does that look? Let me brighten the gloves one last time. I'm just going to do a big pass with another light color, just so it's not quite so dense. So this layer is set to screen, and I'm just lightly brushing in with a big brush a lighter gray. So I think the fingers will still have form, but it just won't be so heavy. The director said the animated series was a direct influence on The Batman. Huh. I would say is the closest to any of the live action adaptations to matching the tone. It certainly had a bit of the music. I like that part. And the shadows, the use of shadows, for sure. Hey, DEG. Hello, V. I wish it was called Batman Animated the Series, because the acronym would be BATS. Oh, right. What is that? I got a highlight in there that doesn't belong. You evil highlight. All right. I'm going to try to fix this on its own layer. So fill that with the flat color, and then I'm going to delete the excess. Just basically deleting the edge of it to create a gradient to kind of taper into the rest of the color, and that should hide the problem. That whole area will be in shadow, so less relevant to what I'm doing. Okay, I think we're good. I think I'm gonna have to add more shadows. We'll do those at the end. No, we'll do that. We'll do that for his costume now. There's a whole other set of rules applying to his costume than the rest of the environment, for reasons. And so I'm going to merge all of his clothing together into one layer, copy it, and then I'm going to undo it. Basically, that's going to separate them all back into their individual pieces, but because I've copied it, I can now paste. And the thing I've copied was still in memory, so now I have a single layer with all that stuff, and yet the individual layers remain. So if I do need them, I can use them. I still have to color the sword. Do that. I don't think I included the sword in that selection. Oh no, the sword's got different rules too, for reasons. Alright, so I'm going to put in some shadows here. I'm going to set this layer to multiply. I'm going to lower the opacity, and only using black, I'm going to brush in some stuff. Where is your music today? Is it not audible? It should be there. I'm hearing it, I hope, but it's low. My worry is that if I don't have it, maybe I can. I'm gonna bump it up a little bit. Background music, properties. Wait, it's effects. No, it's volume. We've added a couple of fractions of a decibel, I think. Until 11. I don't think so. I don't think anybody would like that. Hey, the real Bearminator, how are you? It's no Batman 66 movie, but nothing can ever match that. Yeah, it might just be this song. I need to normalize them all in some way. So LJ, I have reached out to Twitch about reinstating my affiliate status. There's no the email form that says, "Oh, you can become an affiliate." That no longer that function is, I think, is a one and done thing. So I had to reopen a ticket, and I'm hoping that I haven't burnt that bridge. And if I have, c'est la vie. I'm assuming I haven't. I'll play the old man card. I didn't understand the buttons. Are you my grandson? I have yet to play the old man card. I'm excited to. I do have a regret for the... I'm going to change... I get a second bite of this apple because of... the story of the Middle Age starts off with a line, and it changed often. I rewrote it and rewrote it and rewrote it so many times. But the first line of the Middle Age is... 'Twas the Middle Age, a time of knights, wizards, and receding hairlines. It started off as knights, wizards, and lower back pain. Knights, wizards, and... or like, you know, dragons, elves, and large prostates. I mean, there was a ton of things that was there. That receding hairline seemed to be the easiest. I wish I had, and I get a chance to include it in a different story, which was it'll be knights, wizards, and yelling at gnomes to get off your lawn. To me, it's longer. It would have taken up more space than there. Again, I'm always pushing for the economy of it. But I get a chance to have that line, knights, wizards, and yelling at gnomes to get off your lawn. I'm super happy about finding a place to include that. I hope so. I hope that they you know, they cut me some slack, because the form says, hey, you've qualified for it, and I thought it would just be a simple button, but I broke Twitch. But I think I wrote in my note to them, I'm really sorry. I know that I have oh, come on. How dare you, spam. How dare you. I wrote them saying that, you know, I apologize for doing everything backwards. DG says, you look too young to play the old man card, but with a few choice clips we can convince them of your impending senility. This is all Photoshop. This is all Photoshop. I've got a Stream Elements as a filter. I have looked at that filter option. What is it called? It's built into Snap Camera, where you can use Snap Camera, so it's like Snapchat's filters run through your webcam, and then that becomes a video source that becomes the picture here. So I can run that. So like when I do my when I play D&D, I go through Snap Camera to, there's like all sorts of ridiculous things. Like there's a very sarcastic one when a person I'm playing with is they're a fighter and they're rolling 5 dice and they have to add Great Weapon Master, but it's a +3 blade, and it's blah blah blah. And there's just this one which just has all these numbers floating behind me the whole time. So every time they start going into doing their maths, I hit that button, and it lightens my mood anyway. Receding hairlines was very relatable. I thought so too. That struck me early. Loading artist did a filter of him as a cat. It was terrifying. That's great. I don't know if I would be able to swap it on the fly at my age. I'll just keep adding that to everything. Okay, so at my age, I'm going to be adding a little more highlight to this sword. So, a huge update over on Patreon. Oh, and because L and DEG, there is the new Discord. Wait, let me do it. Let me do it. I type in my exclamation point and I write the word Discord. I think anybody can do this. So I think if anyone types an exclamation point Discord or exclamation point Patreon, you'll probably kick that up. And it will be for the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. So I came up with a subtle piece of artwork, something understated. So that's there. Putting a little highlight on the blade. I'm not sure how much of this will show. It will get cropped out in the book. This is very vertical at the moment, but I think more of it will be seen in the book than maybe on any of the websites. So this is fun. I just wanted to have that moment where Bob and the king had just a little bit of a let's make it absolutely clear to the reader that the two of them are in cahoots. I feel like sometimes if I'm not explicit about what's going on, I can't. There are certain things I just can't leave to interpretation. And it's also kind of on me because I've messed with readers so much. I've led people down a certain path, and then, you know, it's not to be the case. And a lot of writers have done that. So I think readers currently run with a very suspicious eye toward most stories. And so I felt it was important to really be clear about what's going on. And maybe not clear is the wrong word. At least somewhat definitive about some things. There's a little extra shadow there I don't like. What's going on there? There it is. Interesting. Probably edit the permissions to not have people be able to chat in the welcome and rules channel. That's fair. Well, many things I shall tweak. And if anything gets out of control, at least early on, before anybody finds out about it, I'll just clean up the mess. I turned off Discord on this end just because it was making a lot of beeping noises, and I didn't want to distract from the music nobody can hear. Oops. Colored outside the lines there. Oh man, my opacity was too low. I'm going to undo all that. I wanted to work at maximum opacity. I'd rather work at 100% and then lower the opacity of the layer than work at a minimal opacity. Just because when you overlap, it suddenly creates different values. And there's our beeping. Hello! That is working, sort of. Kind of. I'll figure it out. Hey, there's a comment in chat. In general. Fantastic. Alright, I will absolutely tweak that later on and change permissions. Set your status to do not disturb. I know these things. I know stuff at my age. I'm going to set my status to do not disturb. I can do that. Then there won't be any beeps. I've done that. I can't believe I knew how to do that. I've been spending all my time learning this program. Dagnabbit. I will get out of my chair one of these days and... Probably the oldest thing I do is I sleep in a bed with 3 other grandparents and I keep waiting for Charlie to bring home one winning wrapper. That's probably the only thing I do that's really tells you my age. I just sleep head to toe in a bed with 3 other septuagenarians. Okay. Time for a little station ID. Hello, people of Earth. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a god-awfully long time. DEG and a handful of other people are the only supporters of this channel because I stole the ability for people to support this channel just as I was getting off the launch pad. So big thanks. Huge thanks to Kevin MacLeod who provides the music we're listening to. You've probably heard his music on a million YouTube and Twitch channels. And I'm currently coloring the next episode of my webcomic, The Middle Age, episode 279, which, if all goes well, will appear online tonight on various platforms. But we are coming up on the 2-hour mark, and I'm going to take a little break shortly. But the good news is you won't have to look at me. And the even better news is you get to look at some artwork by some amazing people, including Chris Bailey, Jeremy Vinar, Marty Bowman, whose birthday it is today. One of my favorite people in the world. Marty Bowman, who's a Pixar Disney artist. And, dang it, we can do this. We could do this. I got time. I'm going to add some shadows before I go. But then I'm going to take a little break, stretch my legs, and probably have like a Metamucil fiber or a tall glass of prune juice. Okay, what I'm really going to do is drink coffee and figure out how to modify the permissions in Discord. So again, I'm working at 100% opacity with this black, pure black color. Oh heavens, I have made an error. Undo, undo, undo. Should be on this new layer, which is set to multiply. This is going to make the layer even darker. Have I already modified it? Yes, good. It's at 50%. So even though my brush is at 100%, the layer is at 50%. So everything I draw is not going to be 100% black. It's only going to be this percentage. Normally I do this with blue. But again, reasons. Now there is a there's going to be a candelabra right behind him, so I don't want these shadows to be super, super dark. So I'm going to peel away a bit of that light. And this shadow is going to help make everything a bit more 3D. I hope. Fingers crossed. And if you would like to have your artwork featured in the slideshow, in the art show, the slideshow. Can I make it sound more boring? If you'd like to have your artwork included in the PowerPoint presentation during the intermission art show, send it to me. It's fanart@middleagecomic.com, but I'm going to change it to like art. Calling it fan art, it's like, I don't know. I'm elevating myself. I don't like that. Or you'll be able to upload it to the Discord. And you can post it to the Art Share forum and Discord as well. Steve, you can connect your Twitch and Discord. Then you will appear streaming and Discord will automatically go into streamer mode, muted with a warning not to share your screen. Huh. It takes 5 clicks. It was at click 4 where Steve became lost, confused, wandering the streets. I'm also going to be connecting it to Patreon. There's currently a Patreon chat, which everyone can post it. Eventually, I'll figure out a way to make it so that gets cut off. Yeah, I realized there was no way. There's no way for anyone to see the total name of the thing, but I'm very happy with the very stupid name we have. The Real Bearminator. I'm making a note of that. Connect my Twitch and Discord. Fantastic. Well, I hope it gives people another place to promote their stuff and share their work, because I'd like to be able to use this platform, such as it is, to send people to see other cool artwork. And I want to see everybody's artwork. The one downside of all this is that this is one-way communication. And, oops, I do. And I want to see what everyone else is working on. Oops, come on. Rotate. Oh, heavens. There we go. Using a very fat brush to save some time, and it keeps coloring outside the lines. And that's all my fault. I just saw your post on the Discord, and you're absolutely right. I'm an awful person. But fingers crossed that when they do reinstate the affiliate program, that it will somehow have kind of a memory of people who were there from the beginning. Otherwise, I will create a shrine. I'll use that image of that statue of Draconia, and I will include names of the original supporters. I'm not sure if this sword needs a shadow, but I'm putting one in anyway. I also like adding this stage because while doing most of the coloring, each shade of gray is kind of locked into its own cell, and so there's not a lot of overlapping. And this gives me the opportunity to cross through those and put hints of lines and folds and across the various panels. Like the fabric panels, not the comic panels. I'm just going to lighten them up a little bit. I want them to be there, but I don't want them to be that ostentatious. And all right, let's do the sword now. I'm going to do the exact same thing, another multiply layer. And as soon as I put these shadows in, then I'll take my little break. And we'll watch the slideshow, which is awesome. So the hand will cast a shadow. And I'll soften it just a little bit. I might go back and soften all the shadows, or make sure that they at least look a little softer. I think I'm going to make that shadow a little bit deeper, just so I can erase part of it to hide that hard line. Sweet. Well, it's taken 2 hours just to do the king, although I was frankly distracted. You people are awesome. Hey, NPC, how are you? Yeah, I will throw out some winners. All right, lovely people. NPC is included in the art show we're about to see. His work shall appear twice over the next 5 minutes. His work is fantastic. His webcomic is called Max Power. It's on WEBTOON. It's edging closer to 90 subscribers. Again, if folks want to check out the Discord channel, there's that. And if you want to check out my Patreon, a brand new update came out today. It's full of stuff: photos, convention plans, the title of the next volume, tentative, tons and tons and tons of stuff. 83, fantastic. That's the Patreon link right there. Okay, everyone, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you for being here. You are fantastic, and see you soon. And we're back. How we doing? We got some people over on the Twitch. We got some people over on the YouTube. Excited to see everybody there. When we come back from our break, I love that there's this little video that we'll play. I've set up with credits for Kevin MacLeod's music. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, so I did not tweak anything. I ate a little bit of food, stretched my legs. I'm back. I do see in general that people kindly pointed out how I can hook up Twitch and Discord together. Again, if you're coming back, we have a new Discord channel with the super easy to remember name, the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. Particularly happy with that overdone type treatment, especially the kind of icosahedron, I think that's how it's pronounced. The 20-sided geometric surrounded by rings. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. That's very ridiculous. I need to get shirts made. Okay, where are we? Let me hide that logo. Boom. And we're back. We're coloring the next page of the Middle Age, which is episode 279. Cosmo Chic. I don't know if you pronounced it chic, but that's definitely how I'm pronouncing it. Alright, Bob Fur. Oh, I have to expand some Bob Fur. Okay, there's a little bit of schmutz on Bob's face. I gotta fix that. I'll probably a little bit of the hat. Just there, okay. I was real happy with how Bob turned out. I kind of like, it's very silly. Select, multiply. Alex Miles, been a while. Didn't realize you had Discord server just fine. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's very new as of like this morning. So it's very nice to see you. The thought is that the plan is to be on Twitch twice a week with these Tuesday and Thursday streams, assuming all is going the way I think it will, and then I'll be streaming intermittently on YouTube as well. But Twitch will be the primary home, so I'm glad to see you. Very glad to see you. Alright, so Bob's faces get a little bit of... I use this little shade. There's not much to Bob's face. It's basically just the circle, the ears, and the two little marks for the eyes and nose, and the third mark for the nose. So the color has to do a lot of the work. I colored outside the lines there. Nobody stopped me. Oh, that's what the problem was. That's the problem. I think I was expecting to put... Will that work? I thought Bob would be on layers above everything else. Of course, his hat is way complicated, so I'm going to group them together. Put him above the king. Bob colors. King colors. And then I just put the inks, the line work for the king below Bob's colors, so that fixes a lot of the overlapping we had there for a minute. I do want to add some little tweaks to the kings where bits of color are peeking out, and I want to just tweak those right now. A little hint there. Is that it? No, maybe there too. Oh, that's extra color from Bob. Bob's feathers are poking out just a bit. I don't know if anyone would ever even notice this, but it will stick in my craw if I don't fix it. And again, if you're just joining us, there's a big update over on Patreon. If you scroll up, you can see that link. It's got tons of stuff. Photos of the new minis which arrived. I got these of Bob and little baby dragon Jarn. Come on, will they both fit on the screen? No, kind of. Will ya? Please, I'll be your best friend. Oh, it's focusing on my dumb head instead of their dumb heads. There we go. That's baby dragon Jarn. Oh, my fingernails are terrible in this lighting. I'm an old man. And then, well, we saw Jarn. Let's see if we get Bob going on here. Come on, Bob. I'm on. Okay, perfect. Even closer to the camera. So the models came out great. So we got to see me sculpt those on the channel here, and the printer just got them to me. They turned out awesome. I'm really excited. I'm talking to a vendor now, hopefully about making those available to everybody. I'll keep you all posted. Okay, where were we? Bob's fur. So I'm selecting this basic color. The brush. Nice bushy brush. I'm going to put in some shading on the fingers once I'm on the right layer. There we go. So, like I set up the Discord, and the most important thing I finished what was to me the most important thing I could do, which was I included that recipe for black and white cookies, the kind of New York style, black icing on half of it. I just made those the other night. They turned out awesome. I love them so much. The only weird thing is buttermilk, so I think that's like the one thing people probably don't have in their home that they need to have for the recipe. I think I saw one recipe that had like sour cream or something in it. I don't know. But I like this one. It doesn't make a lot. It makes, you know, if you make them small, you might get 12 cookies out of it. But baking helped keep me sane during 2020. Okay, so that's the basics for his fingers. I'm going to put a little shadow under his jaw. Put in some highlights. I don't think Bob appears in it. Yeah, Bob does not appear in the first panel. One of the trickiest things about doing so many episodes of a webcomic, you know, one after another, and not having them all done at once and then releasing them all at once, there isn't this moment where I get to look at 100 of them on the table or in a document or even 10 of them and say, oh wait, this is off. I've you know, like the ears were shaped this way, or the crown was this size. There's this big game of telephone that happens during the lifetime of the comic strip. It's, you know, if you look at early episodes of Peanuts and Garfield, how the characters just change, and that's kind of seems inevitable as the artist changes. Jeff Smith ruins it all by making Bone perfect from the first panel to the last one. Maybe he sees evolution that I'm just missing, but it seems like it's Bone was gorgeous from the first panel, and stayed on model to me the entire time. But in this case, I've noticed that the king has changed. His crown kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. By the end of this, it would have been just a Dixie cup, and then I'm thinking, or like a thimble. And at that point, it's like I have to come up with a story reason for it. Like, the less worthy you are of the crown, the smaller it gets. Or something. That's kind of the nice thing about writing a story in a world where there's magic I get to add all sorts of magical excuses for why my drawing changes. I'll go back and look at one of the previous episodes with Bob. Just make sure I'm fairly close to being on model. Yeah, there wasn't much more to him than that. I see DEG's doing awful things already with a Clips channel or something over on. I Like Smiles on YouTube says, I feel like my characters get cuter the more I draw my comic. They're becoming more rounded and soft. That's nice. Awful, I'm insulted. I feel like it needed that Arrested Development. She was not insulted. I just got the sense you were up to no good. Can't we have nice things in the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you? Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of highlights here. I go overboard with these, but they help make things pop a little bit. I'm going to add a little hint of... No, I'll do that. No, I'll do it now. I'm going to add a hint of red to the face and hands. I know he's covered with fur, or Bob's covered with... Yeah. I'm just going to add a little bit of rosiness. Again, like the notion that there's blood under all that, that there's just a little bit of life, and not just a single color. Bob for merging that all together. The rough. Oops. I was using the wrong color. Putting in some highlights in different places. I don't hate that. For the bottom part of the ruff, I made its own separate layer just to make it easier to work with. I'm just going to paint in some just a quick shadow. It doesn't require much. And then I'm going to fill it with blue. I mentioned a million times I love blue shadows. I don't hate that. Put extra shadows underneath the ruff. So I will post to Discord later some of the photos of the minis, the stuff I posted to Patreon as well. I also want to send that out to my mailing list. And again, today is the first day of voting in the Ringo Awards. So if you've got any time and you would like to support my webcomics or other webcomics that you like, there are plenty of categories for favorite hero, favorite villain, favorite publisher. All sorts of categories. Largely, there's a lot of comic book categories and graphic novel categories, and so if you have a favorite comic or graphic novel, consider giving it a shout out. And the Ringos are interesting awards in that they are, while there's a fan voting component to it, that's only part of the ballot. They also have a jury of comic creators. I think there's a librarian. I haven't looked at the list of who the juror is. I don't even know if they've announced who the juror is. But it's a bunch of comic professionals. And so you have this jury of people who love comics and read comics professionally. And they vote. And their votes become part of the nominees, a number of the nominees. And a number of the nominees are from the public. So it's a nice combination of a popularity contest and a artistic contest. And it's at ringoawards.com if you want to vote. So, and everybody can vote in the nomination portion of the... Let me move that. Everyone can vote in the nomination portion of the awards, and then once the nominees are selected, then comic professionals, cartoonists can vote. Web cartoonists are included in that. Alright, so I put in the screen. Now I'm going to put in some highlights. I still might go back and add just a little color dodge with that same purple to bring out some other colors. Usually when you take purple and you color dodge it, it will reveal reds. Kind of it'll really add a lovely glow to the color. I don't think there's much worry about me crowding out the nominees, because in the past, I think WEBTOON has gone out of its way to promote their comics, and millions of people have voted. So if any one of the WEBTOON's originals decides to tell their audience, hey, would some of you like to vote, then they're going to own that. They're going to own that category. So it's more like I don't want to make it seem like an underdog can't get nominated. It's just a long shot. I mostly am throwing myself on the mercy of the jurors. I feel like I'd have a better chance of winning the call to action than by... I've gotten nominated, but I'm pretty certain it has nothing to do with... I think the jury has been kind. Again, I think my comic just tends to appeal to jurors. But I think Lore Olympus has been nominated a million times. And last year, Sarah Anderson of Sarah Scribbles and Fangs, I think they won in both categories, both webcomic categories. Okay, so now I'm going to use that color dodge thing I was talking about. Using that purple and a big brush. We'll see. I love Sarah Anderson. DEG says, oh yeah, me too. I think they're great. And yeah, just adding this color dodge. Oh, it's affecting everything. I got to make sure that just the robes are selected. See how it's bringing out that red color in the purple? I love that. And David says, shifting gears, I talked with CrossGen, and they're interested in publishing the Middle Age. That's fantastic. That's what I was hoping for. For people who don't know who CrossGen is, who CrossGen was, you're probably under the age of 40. They were a thing a million years ago. Most notably, they published... most notably, I think they brought George Perez to Florida. I think they were an interesting startup. They were a comic company that decided, let's not do telecommuting. So if they hadn't imploded, 2020 would have ended their dreams. They did the ridiculous thing of offering their cartoonists health insurance. Madness. I like Smiles on YouTube was saying, I was just about to ask if you knew about the call to action. Do I plan on partaking? I don't think I am. I said that, about a bazillion things. But I don't know. Are you thinking about it? I like Smiles. I might if I can come up with an idea that isn't going to consume 3 weeks of my life. It seems like asking a lot for a 60-panel story. And if I'm going to do it, I want it to be something that will somehow fit within the world of the Middle Age, that will dovetail into all the other things I'm doing, somehow help promote them. I haven't looked at what the rules are about, like once you submit, is it stuck on the platform for X amount of time? How long before? How long after I lose the contest can I kickstart a collection of it? Will when they announce whoever wins on, let's say, August 15th, if it ends on July 31st, let's say halfway through August they announce who wins, will there be a flood of Kickstarters for people trying to reprint their stories? There's a lot of interesting things that could happen there. Well, I'm still... There was an asterisk. There was an asterisk 2 weeks ago. You have two asterisks around the word 2 weeks ago. I had plenty of asterisks when I said it the first time. If an idea occurs to me, I think I have the kernel of one, but it's not there. So David might make 5 pixel sprites and just copy and paste a comic together. That's also something to think about. If I do a comic that is just for the purposes of bringing people to my other comic, even if it's not meant to win, is that valuable? Is it worth? Because if it's something you can create and you can have, and it becomes an incentive to say, okay, the contest is over, I pull my comic down, join me on Patreon if you want to read it. But in the interim, while the contest is running, will that drive people? How many people are going to participate? So interesting. If you want the kernel of pop, you need to play. I think it would be a good excuse for me to practice action scenes. Oh, that's great. And I'm also not particularly great at action scenes. I do not. Was the sword ever buried? Not in the... it was, but not in the story. It has been established that it's been around since the dawn of time, because the wizard Melvin wanted to know it forever. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be something. Well, the thing is, someone wants to animate the thing. And if someone's going to animate the thing, and if you design the comic specifically for the scrolling, which I know you've talked about, David, how the value of it being that you want to lean into the medium, you want to look at the format and go, okay, what's the best thing I can use this format for? You know, like if it was going to be on an IMAX screen, you'd want to do something for the spectacle of it. If you want to do it, if it's going to be in 3D, you want to do something that takes advantage of what that medium has to offer. And similarly with this thumb scrolling method, I'm imagining most of the fights are going to be, you know, people jumping out of airplanes and then beating each other up, or plummeting to the earth, or flying through space. Lots of downward movement. And then how does that translate into film, into animation? I don't know. It's a lot of weirdness. Okay, that's all I'm doing for the inside of the cuffs. I belabored that. I also think it'd be interesting, I mean, knowing what we know about Webtoon, or what we think we know about Webtoons' audience, about the Webtoon audience, let's try to get their name right. I mean, are we better off doing a romance story that's violent? Is it about two quarreling gods who are having a fight over something? You know, do you want to, how much of it has to play into the existing understanding of what Webtoons is, and what, you know, because again, this is an action story contest that's taking place inside an existing environment with 72 million readers who tend to like a certain kind of thing. So if you do offer them pure Jack Kirby, it might be technically the best action thing available, but will it resonate with the audience? And I still think the most interesting thing about it is kind of an acknowledgement on Webtoon's part that they want to have more readers of that genre. I think they might feel like with 72 million readers, and most of them like fantasy and most of them like romance, that the place to grow is in the direction of action, where, you know, most cinema money goes. I mean, no matter what kind of storytelling they put into the Marvel movies, every single one of them ends up being a fight scene. So I don't know. I'm curious. If I can do something that's interesting, I'll do it. If I can't, then life's too short. I'm adding the blue shadow already for this. I could have used another layer of brown, but I think that's not going to have the effect I want. I'm just going to use blue and lighten it. I think that'll create more of the shadowy effect I want. I might go around the rim of the thing and just kind of just the shadow side and add a little bit of brown there just to make sure it pops the way I want. Like just along this edge. I'm going to lighten it up at the end, just so it's not so orangey. I don't hate that. What have I missed? Oh my goodness. You've been revisiting a lot of Monkey Island playthroughs, so I've got a funny gag pixel art. Oh, that's awesome. I like that DG says, right one, but all 60 panels take place inside a broken down elevator. Okay, so it's scrolling down as two people are fighting inside the elevator. That'd be a good John Wick thing. I like Smiles on YouTube writes, I know some superhero and more adventure canvas comics I like are becoming originals, so I think they are trying to cater to more genres. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's why they license stuff like Eternals and that Batman thing, even though the Batman thing again was, okay, we're going to license Batman, but we're going to use it for, we're going to turn it into Archie. We're going to turn it into, you know, a typical manga. DG says, but with Marvel movies, the fight scenes are driven by purpose. If it's just a gratuitous 60-panel fight, that to me is boring. I need to feel... Absolutely. How much fighting does there need to be versus the build-up? That's a great question. That's a great question. I bet that's the... It's sticking with the formula. You tend to start in the middle. So the very first thing that should happen, likely, if I was going to advise someone, you start with the fight. A punch is thrown, a laser happens, there's an explosion, something to grab people from the very beginning, if it's an action thing. And then, as the story progresses, I think the best thing that would happen would be that a story gets revealed during the fight. And it just, you know, the ending is that it's over the remote, you know, or something like that, where you've got a single story. It could be something more profound than that. It could be something over, like, you reveal the relationship as the story goes on. It turns out they're siblings. It's, it turns out it's two wizards dueling. It's the wizards duel, which might be the best part of the Sword and the Stone. Where there's shape changing, so you're not drawing the same characters fighting the whole time. I know 60 panels. That's not like it's a ton of work. It's Melvin and Merlin, but if something like that, where my first thought was just like it's. We have a moment in the story where Waddle Bottom starts fighting this dragon and flies off. to lure the dragon away from everybody, because the dragon's overcome by that curse. So there's room in that, but I don't know if I could sustain a story like that. It'd be fun to show Waddlebottom fighting, but I have 4 panels of that and I got it out of my system. 60 panels is kind of a tall order. But I think, but again, I'm also probably overthinking it. You know, for all I know, it'll just be a car chase and everyone will be happy. I would say something also useful would be something that leans into the color options that WEBTOONs has, because it'll all be computer coloring. Lots of magic, lots of glows, lots of fun, beautiful colors. Would probably be the, you know, that should be part of the design from the get-go. I had an entire drive to South Carolina to think about parts of this, and it did obsess me for maybe most of Georgia. All right, so multiply. This is just the eyes. This is super easy. I'm kind of happy with how the sign turned out. At the end, I'm going to splash the figure with color so that there's a... so that there's some color that ties the whole thing together. So highlight, and I'm gonna put a little rim lighting on this, and we'll call that done. Oops. Fair point, V. I like Smiles says, my idea for the call to action is that the 2 main characters are children making their toys, figures fight, and imagining the role play. That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. LJ saying it. Way to understand the call to action. The 60 panels is just a proof of concept. The prize money is attached to a contract for 1 year. You don't get the money without signing the contract. Oh no, you're fine. Typos is... half of what I write is typos. You don't get the money without signing the contract. Then you produce this new story for a year, which means you... Gotcha. So if it's an audition, it's still tough to put out a rough cut of something as your... the cold action. I think that there's a number of ideas in that. I'm putting in some orange here. Then we'll put some highlights in, and I think I'm going to use blue to define the form. It's just really tough when building up these yellows, these goldenrod colors. They've turned they kind of fall apart very quickly. It's hard to see the volume of the thing, I find. And I'm coloring outside the lines because I didn't think this through. But I hope it would be great if somebody we know wins the contest. But I just like more people getting jobs anyway, so this is exciting. All right. Multiply. and by I say more people getting jobs, I mean I like the idea of more people getting paid to create artwork. Okay, I like that. I'm going to duplicate that layer just so I can clean up the mess. Select, select invert. Invert. That did it twice. One more time. Clear. Oh, it's also, that layer also includes the bell. I've got to add a little bit of color to the bell. But I've heard people from all different sides of comics, like webcomic people, comic book people, all excited about this contest. I think a lot of people have been looking for a reason to get into webtoons. You know what I mean? There's never been the opportunity for them to do it. Like American cartoonists, most of them cut their teeth on superhero stuff and action adventure. So the idea that this contest is kind of catered to them is really interesting. You could have a lot of sunflower fields and blue skies and have two people just fighting in the middle of... That's true. Or I thought you'd... Oh no, I like getting paid. I like getting paid. I just don't like the exclusivity part. Although, as I mentioned, I've buckled on that. So, I would like to get paid from Bezos and from YouTube and from Amazon and from all the people and all the money, and I would use it all for purposes like, I don't know, I'd probably get another t-shirt. Live the dream. The action scene will just be Bob and Waddlebottom falling through space fighting over this hat. It will not be done in time. I'll be working on it in December, just drawing this damn hat. So, for those who don't know, this hat came out of the story. Our hero falls asleep. Then when the hero's asleep, the sword can do stuff. The sword takes over. Our hero falls asleep and he wakes up, and I want to imply that a lot of silly stuff has happened. And so I decide he's going to be wearing the most ridiculous hat. I never colored the bell. I got to color the bell. And so this is that hat. And then he had to keep the hat because I like the hat. It's stupid. And now I have to keep drawing the stupid hat. I like the idea of David's idea of having sprites fighting one another, or just any low-res thing. You know, some of the best comics out there, webcomics in particular, are very simple, very iconic imagery. You know, Order of the Stick was I don't know if Order of the Stick is still going, but it was a fantasy, I think RPG related, a D&D type related adventure story, all done with stick figures, and it was very funny. Cyanide and Happiness, very funny. Tons of stuff. I mean, Sarah Scribbles is you know, I would say expertly cartooned, but not very detailed. Not very ornate. detail's the wrong word. People use detailed all the time. That's I don't have many pet peeves, but I think using detailed to mean decorative is not, detail means this is a specific, whereas decorative is kind of like what's going on with the kings. That's not detail, that's just decoration. The hat is detailed. I have to put those things in the right order, in the right place, because it's stupid. It's all my fault. While I remember, I'm going to color this bell. And I'm going to use the brown from the hat. That way, hopefully the bell looks a little more metallic. It'll pick up a different brassier brown color. Hey Marcos, how are you? So you're so greedy you can't commit. Gotcha. No, in fact, the opposite. I would rather have this available to as many people as possible. How dare you? How dare you, I say. Living the dream, owning 2 t-shirts. That would be so great. Can you imagine? I mean, so far I spend 2 hours a day laundering my one outfit. Unadorned, uncomplicated. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to add some blue shadows because you can't stop me. I love them. I love them. Then I'm just putting a little bit of those in because I'm going to go add extra blue shadows at the end. So the plan is to be likely be exclusive with Twitch again, assuming all goes well. So keep an eye out on. Well, you'll see on. I'll try to announce it on YouTube as well. I'll probably do a short video there explaining everything. No, I'm not going to do that yet. Let's hold off on the blue shadows for that. Feathers. And then the puffballs. Oh, I like that I saved the easy stuff for last. doing that same trick as before, where I flatten the layers and then I merge them together to copy them. Then I unflatten them and paste the thing I copied from before, and that gives me that allows me to select everything. So on a new layer with multiply set, and then Steve's brush and that dark blue, I'm gonna go through and add some shadows and drink some more coffee. Little station ID for people joining us. My name is Steve. I'm a cartoonist of the webcomic The Middle Age. And I'm coloring the next episode right here. Currently lightening the edges of the shadows I just put in. Just softening them a little bit. So please consider hitting the follow button, or if you're on YouTube, the subscribe button. Ring the notification bell. Set free the notification pigeon. Softening those edges. I'm going to lighten the shadow just a little bit. It seems it's fine, but I'm just going to lighten it a little more. Just softening that shadow from the bill on the face. The notification beacons are lit. Steve called Frey. I wish I had some notification beacons. That's fantastic. All right. I don't hate it. I'm just gonna. I think the shadows on the feathers could be just a little softer. Boom. The poof ball, and on that other feather back there. Okay. So what it's missing right now is highlights along the edge of a lot of those little things. So I'm gonna go through on one more layer with the white brush, and then I think Bob will be done-ish, and then we can work on the other figures in panel 1. And as of today, there's a new Discord server for keeping this conversation going, even when the stream is not. It can be found see if I type in, "Hey Zan, how are you?" Bring your s'mores. Let me see. Let's do it. Let's type in !Discord. I could do that. So that's the link for the Discord server. If you want to join, it is available. And if you check out today's Patreon update, if folks haven't checked it out, a lot of updates there. And that Discord server, again, I'm going to just put this graphic on the screen because it needs to be seen one more time. Turn off the iPad. The Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. I knew people wanted a easy to remember name. I think as I said in as I said on Patreon, it rolls off the tongue and takes a bit of the tongue with it. That's way too much. I use that really sharp brush for putting the highlights on sharp objects like the feathers. Not that the feathers are sharp, but they're just going to be very... To have a wispy brush line on that doesn't make a ton of sense. They're so thin that having just a little hint of the white there with a simple pen line is plenty. Yeah, any more is a lot of overkill. As he adds more. Okay. And we're mostly done. Now, ooh, dang it. So I'm selecting that big old flattened thing. This is creating a selection that is just Bob. And on a new layer, which is set to color only, and we call it Color Splash. The computer knows the name. I'm putting it below the shadows. That's why you grab color from the environment. So I'm grabbing some of the purple from the robe, and with a big brush, I'm just going to softly color in. You see how it's turning the hands purple and the wood purple? It's like there's light coming from the bouncing off the robe and hitting the other objects in the environment, and that's what I want. I want the wood color in the robe, and I want the purple a little bit on the ruff and in the hands and into the hat. It's not meant to be overpowering, it's just meant to bind the thing in a way. It just adds so much. It connects things in a way other than that regular cell, filling them with cells. Because I mean, in the end, I'm filling them with cells, just like every other comic. But I'm trying to make it so that it just doesn't feel like individual sections. I want them to be in the same world. And so the one part I'm going to change is I've kind of thought that Bob might be demonic in some way, or extraterrestrial in some way. And I don't mean that in an alien sense. I mean not of this earth, not of this dimension, not of space-time. He might be a conjured creature. I have thoughts as to Bobs and how Bobs exist and what they are. But, again, it's an infinite multiverse until I put it on the page. So, I do want the red that's inside those cuffs to not be affected by the colors we were just talking about. The robe and the wood doesn't affect the color inside the cuffs. So I just selected the cuffs, which were on their own layer, and pulled that out. I'm not saying he could be of Earth. Maybe just not our Earth. And it could be of Earth in the sense of fire, water, air. Well, I'll lawyer my way out of that box I put myself in. Okay. I'm getting rid of that merged Bob. King. All right, the Quimp family, as I call them in this. Much to do. But first, a sip of coffee. So as I might have mentioned, the planet they're on, I've not said much about it. The comic hasn't used the word Earth in it. I've mentioned dirt. I've not said Earth. Because clearly it's not on Earth. I've decided ages ago that it wasn't going to be on Earth. I do know that the planet only has one. I think the planet only has one moon. But the planet's called Mid, M-Y-D-D. And the purpose of that, there's a lot of purposes of that. It's just so all their holidays are like midwinter and midsummer, M-Y-D-D, all their, the people of Mid or Midlings. There's a lot of reasons. It's Mid. And what else do we know about it? We also know that it is a roundish planet, because that's what Melvin says when he's first introducing us to the concept of the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. He says that roundish planets like ours were on back order at the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. Things that I wrote when I didn't think this comic was going to last more than a few months. So I've decided that the planet Mid, the world of Mid, is an icosahedron. So that will be fun. Is potato. is what I meant to say. How do I say it so fast without accidentally dislocating my jaw? The Department of Cosmological Chicanery, Metaphysical, what have you, is only second to Archmage Angus MacGuffin's unknown artifacts and awful obscurities, collectibles, trading parchments. You're a nerd. You gotta know these things. You gotta know light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, and what are the others? Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. You have to learn all those dumb things just because you have a stupid brain that has to know the acronyms. And then you ask me my phone number. It's got a 2 in it. All right. I'm putting in the horns here. My cat Atlas absolutely posed for the nudging cat dragon here. That's nuzzling Papa. I've had to reread this story a few times just to remind myself what I've told people. Again, there's just way more story than it fits in the pages of this thing. And like I said before, there's like so many versions of the story that existed before the final one appeared on the page. It's like, again, it's a multiverse until you get to the page and then you write it down and then suddenly all those multiverses are gone. But all those other multiverses existed. They were on paper, they were in sketches, they were in all these places, they were in my head, and it wasn't until that moment where, you know, there's one universe where Quimp is called Diddums. There's one where he's called Turducken. All those were his names at one point, at some point in the building of this thing. Quimp won out in the end because it's the shortest. And I thought it sounded the funniest. Diddums was cute because it's you hear it in Fry and Laurie sometimes. It's kind of this Diddums. It's this name of like, oh, little woo. And given that Quimp is this kind of sympathetic character and he's kind of not the brightest bulb, but he's got such a big heart. Diddums, it's a fun sounding word. It's a fun sounding name, Sir Diddums. So I ended up making it his grandfather. There might be some, I think it's a grandfather because he had to have two grandfathers, because at some point he says he's son of somebody the previous, and then grandson of somebody the previously previous. I like the idea that someone's title is somehow connected to some future date, which is it's impossible. You would never call yourself Steve the previous, not knowing what would come later. So calling yourself the previously previous is even dumber. So anyway, that's the kind of... Anyway, I'm rambling, and I'm surprised anyone's still with me. Okay. Those are the horns. I can get rid of that. But because one of his grandfathers is somebody the previously previous, also I think his grandfather was like Diddums the Undying, bequeathed him a cookbook. And I like the idea of someone who can't die bequeathing him a book that he has now, which implies that he died. So is stupid, is potato. Diddums the Middum. Yeah, I could. Yes. And you can see and I might have rings around the planet. You might not have seen them in the lighting, but that would be the planet we see at the top of the department logo. So it might not have rings though. It might not have rings. That just might be magic circling that. Because I think what I can do is I can make an icosahedron with icosahedron or icosahedron. Icosahedron. I think I can make an icosahedron. I think I can make a paper one. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to paint the map. I'm going to paint the world and then print it out and assemble an icosahedron with the world of mid. But why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? See, this is how I managed to blend. See, this is a community we come together. It's a round planet, but it's made of. It's also a flat planet on 20 sides. So it's my flat mid theory. It's a 20-sided flat round planet. And the world is healed. All right, I'm gonna darken in her hair. It's on the skin. I don't know why I filled that whole thing. I think I just didn't want to put all the dark color on the page just yet. But we're gonna have to figure that out now. And it was interesting. Some people thought that I've kind of drawn, as the artwork shifts over the years, Phosphonate's look has changed a bit. I mean, we did see her when she was younger, when she and Quimp first meet. But the thought was always that she was also older. I mean, she's 400 and something years old. But the idea would be that she physiologically is similar in age to Quimp. Right? Like, there'd be a... I wanted there to be, even though one's a dragon and one's a human, the notion that you see the two of them together, and there's a certain thing where you go, I could see those two together. Although it's hard to see anybody with Quimp, because I've made him so... I don't know. I like him. Okay, that's hair. Why am I putting in line work? Line work is done, Steve. Come on, stop it. Stop it before I take the computer away from you. All right, let's do some... Let me merge those eyes into one layer. Let's start with the skin. I'm going to keep her ladyship, her dragon ship, in shadow. It's going to be a much clearer view. I don't want it to be like last week or the last episode where she's really in shadow, to the point where some people on Webtoon were like, who is that? Who is that person in the bed? And I threw it off because of things like adding the wreath. In cartooning, it's so easy. If you change Charlie Brown's shirt, you're like, who is that? You put a hat on Garfield, and suddenly, is that Garfield or a different cat? It's so weird how a little costume change in comics can so throw people off. There's probably a story potential there. I can't recap. Read below. Okay, let's start with some. Let's put in some skin tones. All right, we're 7:26. We're not going to finish this before the normal 8 o'clock cutoff time. So I'm going to just keep going until you all tell me to stop. Or until we get raided by... who would raid us? Critical Role decides to send 57,000 people over here. Or Felicia Day. At some point I started shading in this area, like right there, right below the brow, to hint at the shadow that separates the forehead from the lower part of the face. And I love that it's added, because it really does, it's so it's not heavy color, but it really makes the nose pop forward. It really makes the forehead pop forward. It kind of helps create the brow line. And you know, sometimes I forget to include that space between the eyes, because that's, you know, really it has to be recessed back there for peripheral vision to work. Not that, you know, anatomically his head's a road cone, so it's not like there's a logical skeletal structure there, but just hinting at it just adds so much. But again, my name's Steve. I'm fairly new to the Twitch thing. So new to the Twitch thing that I was affiliate for a minute and then I unaffiliated, and now I'm trying to re-affiliate. All going according to plan. It's all coming together nicely. So if you're new to the channel, please hit the follow button or the subscribe button or the whatever button's available to you. If you're on this channel, please just mash the buttons until something lights up. Let me see. What can I check this? Can I do that? Oh no. That's the most confusing thing about the whole Discord to me. That it looks just like a web browser, but it ain't one. I need to change that. Hey, and that's more about me right there. Streamlabs. Just making sure everything's plugged in properly. But so far we're doing great. A number of drop frames, not a lot. A fraction of a percentage. We're plugged into the web, so everything's going swimmingly. Usually when I get to that point where there's any drop frames, it's because I have like Restream open or something like that. Recent events, that's usually telling. Prax followed me 4 days ago. Little nod to Prax. Thanks, Prax. Appreciate it. Now, he lost his glove. He only lost his glove because it was a silly scene, and I wanted, again, he was coming back to consciousness, and the sword had been in charge, and he didn't know what was going on. And so I decided, okay, his scabbard's gone. Yeah, his scabbard was gone. His glove is gone. His clothes are more torn up than they were before, and he's wearing a dumb hat. The idea that he has this bare hand that he's able to put on top of phosphonates, just serendipity. It just worked out really well. I'm like, oh, this is nice. I can have him reach out without a gloved hand. Got some weird things going on with the knuckles there, but we'll fix it in post. I just took one year of your life away. That subscribe thing. That was one of the default ones. Like I signed up for Streamlabs Professional for a month, and they gave you these options, and I'm like, oh, okay, that one looks pretty, and scares the hell out of me every time. But I need to, part of my to-do list is to craft my own little graphics for everything. But baby steps. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff to do. I'm like, well, wait a minute, how can that be? You give me all that grief for not finishing all my stuff. Rightly so, though, I will say. I haven't completed the basics. I think one of the things is you're supposed to not be... I think you're supposed to languish in pre-affiliate stage for a while. And I think because of some very kind raids by Loading Artist and David, it immediately elevated my channel faster than I knew it was happening. I'm like, okay, I clicked the button, and the end result was I had no idea what was happening. Things were lit up on everything. I'm like, what am I doing? I don't know who? What's in a... So I'm like, oh no, I don't want to be an affiliate. I didn't mean to do it. And now I'm like on bended knee trying to get them to reinstate me. Please, Mr. Bezos. I'd ever so much like to be an affiliate again. Please. I'll polish your spaceship, Mr. Bezos. Wink. I meant that as a spaceship. Stop it. You're a professional, I'm a stamp. All right. I've drawn worse. I've drawn so much worse. But I appreciate all the support and all the encouragement and all the hand-holding, making me figure out all this stuff. And the scolding and the browbeating. So again, my name is Steve Conley. If you're new, I see we have 9 people on Twitch. That's amazing. I'm a cartoonist, and you can check out my webcomic at middleagecomic.com. It's also on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics. And you can find my Patreon at patreon.com/SteveConley. So please hit the follow button, and I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. When I'm not coloring my comics or drawing my comics, I am usually doing 3D modeling. That's what you see in the bottom right there. Those are some models I made of characters from my story, which are being turned into D&D minis. I'm currently coloring the next episode of my webcomic. That's the first pass of shadows. I'm going to go back in and do another pass of shadows. I'm working in Procreate on an iPad Pro. This entire comic has been drawn on an iPad since it began 5 years ago. All in Procreate. The only stuff that's not done in Procreate is the lettering. I do that on my desktop computer after the fact. I don't hate that. There is emote fireworks going on right now over on Twitch. That's fantastic. See, we had did anyone... I saw this the other day. I decided to follow a channel and on Twitch, and the channel gifted me a sub. So it was like long after the channel was off the air. I wasn't online at the moment, and they just gifted me a sub. I had not seen that before. Is that... I'm like, is that a thing people do? Yeah, exactly. Twitch is awesome. There's a ton of features that just are not, you know, I guess it's part of the culture that I'm just unaware of. It's one of these things where I feel like it couldn't have been manufactured. You know what I mean? It just had to happen. I think I'm going to get rid of some of these lines on his hand. I think they're just making the knuckles, everything about it feel weird. Like they're off a bit. I gotta fix that. Yeah, that's automatically way better. I don't know what that was. That was a mistake, is what that was. Okay, I think this is coming out right. Oh, hello. Twitch has a weighted algorithm for determining who gets gift subs, but if someone gifts subs to the community, anyone following or recommending to view the channel can receive that sub. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Can you gift someone to... I mean, I'm still trying to figure out how this person gifted me one, or if that just... I just happened to be the last person who followed the channel. Maybe I automatically got one or something. That was really interesting. Can you say show me the channels I'm currently subscribed to? Is that something I can do? I know it can show me the ones I'm following. I would open up Twitch in another window, but I think my computer would just start to yell at me. So the new Discord is live. I will tie it into Patreon for reasons I don't know. I'm not sure what the value of doing that is. It just seems like it's a perk that you can add, but I also don't like paywalling stuff. I grew up a poor kid, and I don't like the idea of locking people out because they don't have money. It's kind of why I like that webcomics are free. I do like rewarding people for their support, but it's a fine line. I know, I'm all over the map. Highlight on that ear, but not have it go around. There we go. Put a little highlight under that eyelid, the bottom eyelid. I'm gonna put a little shadow on the top eyelid. His forehead's a little messed up. I gotta soften some of those lines. They're a little too severe. I'm gonna flip the whole thing. Give myself a little better perspective on the whole thing. That's better. Jarn is the one with the chip in the horn. Yep. Save the paywall for the not safe for work versions. Yes. Twitch TV subscriptions also has posted this to Discord for when your computer can handle it. Hey, Tracy Wonger. Nice to see you. Discord will have Steve's link tree. Yeah, I think I have a link tree account. I think I have, yeah. Well, whatever. Nice to see you. Yeah, it's super important. I grew up. I've mentioned this before. Some of my earliest comics. My grandmother. They were the best gifts I had as a kid. My grandmother. Again, this is gonna be like what kind of Dickensian childhood did Steve have? My grandmother would get the newspaper. I grew up on Long Island, New York. I have to say it with a great deal of enunciation, so I don't say Long Island, New York. I grew up on Long Island in New York, and my grandmother, we got, I think, the Daily News and Newsday, the two papers. I think she got both of them. And every day she would cut out Garfield and Peanuts, at least. And I would get, for birthdays and Christmas, I would get a composition, a black composition, like one of these composition style books. That's why I got this case for my iPad. You're like, why that case? I'm like, well, into those composition notebooks, she would Elmer's glue, or there was a brownish glue that looked like maple syrup, mucilage or something like that, and it was just this awful, I think it was foul smelling glue. And she would glue in the newspaper comic strips for me, and as for birthdays and Christmas, I would get these collections of comics, to the point where the early pages were crispy because the glue had dried, and the later pages were a little wet, a little damp, because they were, oh, my stupid lasers changing the color of everything. I think my red shirt's confusing it. Klingons. And she would give me these books, and it was the best. Yeah, those are my earliest comic books. Were collections my grandmother assembled. My Oma. It was awesome. And so I remember that. I mean, it's important that my comics be free. I like that the idea that webcomics are. I love that webcomics are free. I'm making his eye a little bit smaller. I'm going to bring in the line work there. I think it's a bit much. Having flipped it, you know what? I don't mind that there's this extra line on the outside. Every once in a while, that feels just like a panic line on the outside. Like sometimes when they would draw Charlie Brown, there'd be extra lines on the outside. I don't know what those meant, but it added the emphasis of like surprise. I don't mind that, but the top one has to be shorter for sure. Maybe I'll shorten it just a little bit. Just thin it out. I'll keep it, but thin it. All right. Let's flip it back and get back to normal. When you're an affiliate again, you should set up a channel points reward for Talk Like a New Yorker for 5 minutes. Oh, God, no. No one. And then we watch the subscription numbers just vanish. My grandmother was awesome. She was awesome. Oma, she was... My mom's parents were German, Danish, and Swedish. I don't think there'll be an autobiography. She was just lovely. She was just a fantastic person. My story is not. You know what the world needs? The harrowing tale of a white boy's existence. I think who's the every Matthew Broderick film has got that covered, I think. I mean, essentially I grew up in privilege. I mean, it was food stamps and all that stuff, but all that safety net was there, and that all is lucky. I'm fortunate. Super fortunate. Yeah, super fortunate. And heck, a grandmother who would clip out all those things from the newspaper for me. I can't think of a luckier situation to be in. Okay, I can think of a luckier situation to be in, but that's pretty good. And parents who were supportive. My mother she wanted to be an artist. I don't think she had the confidence. And my dad's only thing was, can you make a living at it? And for some reason, I answered in the affirmative. I don't know why I thought... Oh, my goodness, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. I don't know why I thought I could do anything if I'm not even on the right layer. But for some reason, I answered in the affirmative, and that was all he needed to hear. So, I was very fortunate. I mean, he still wanted to make sure that I knew how to be a short order cook, so I had a backup plan. And I didn't disagree with that one bit. So I paid for college being a short order cook, waiting tables, all sorts of stuff like that. But college was cheaper then, so you could do that back in the day. It was a community college. It wasn't like nothing fancy. So the colors are very vibrant when I put them down, but then I soften them by lightening the opacity of the layer when I'm done. Yeah, Mark, I don't know. I like... No, I don't think I have a personal story worth telling. But, you know, but I think a lot of it informs the work, if anything. And if the work is better for it, then I'm happy about that. Again, I just knew that being authentic is super key. to doing any stories nowadays. I mean, I think because if you can do something, if what you're doing is generic, if what you're doing can be done by anybody else, why should anyone come to you? Because somebody out there can do it better. You know, that's just the nature of things. There's 7 billion people. Whatever you're doing, somebody can do better. To think otherwise is crazy. So if you can't be the best at whatever it is, whoa, with the love of that's a link right there. That is a link. What the heck? What's on the other end of that? DEG. DG was saying, I was reminiscing a year when my parents couldn't afford Christmas presents, and on Christmas morning someone dropped off 2 big sacks of toys. Oh, that's amazing. And then I looked up Quimp Snow's like, real. Oh, is it really? Fantastic. Okay, let's see. Yes, exactly. That red stopper. Oh gosh, I haven't seen that in a bazillion years. Grip spreader. Do not search for grip spreader. I can't believe I remember the name. Mucilage. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, but Mucilage. Amazing. Yes, there's a Discord channel, by the way, everybody, if you're joining us. It's called the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. It is available at... Tell you what, let's test this. If anyone else... I remember the whole thing was just sticky as hell. If anyone can try typing an exclamation point Discord, can anybody else do that? Or is it just something only I'm capable of? Wait for it. Pokespot. Wait for it. Yo, bot. It's supposed to be a 5-second delay for humans, not me. Okay, so Restream is jerky compared to Streamlabs. I hear you. Or maybe I need to enable more people to do it. So I'll do it myself. Discord. I'm sorry about that, folks. So that's my Discord server. And if you're interested, here's my Patreon, which I just posted a big free update. You don't have to pay anything to read it. It's got tons of photos of like the new miniatures that the proofs that just came back. Those little things in the bottom right corner. They turned out great. All sorts of other stuff. Okay, I like this so far. Noses are red. The violets are blue. I gotta put in some hair. And Quimp at this point in his life just has little it's always a little bit of yellow, a little bit of golden color, hinting at those golden tresses he once had. So yeah, I read I read those comics again and again and again. It was awesome. Also, it was at a time when there were comic strips of the Hulk and Spider-Man coming out of the newspapers, and I got to read those. Those were awesome. Okay, I think I've got everything I needed there. I just need to put in the sharp highlight, that kind of rim lighting I put on the outside. But thank you all for being here. You're so awesome. Thank you for the support, keeping me tethered to my desk and working on this while preventing distractions. I mean, being a distraction, but preventing bigger distractions. And encouraging the silly project. But it's coming up on 8 o'clock, and I am not slowing down right now. I'm going to keep working. So I will be here as long as you'll have me. So if folks have to step away, I totally get it. Never feel bad about that. But I'm going to keep working. because I want to get this comic done. I think Lady Phosphene looks very pretty here, even though she's unconscious. I know laying on your back does weird things to your face. There's a scene in the new episode of Picard where he's laying on a hospital bed and he's like, his face is just, I guess, as age makes you a bit more pliant. Pliable? I think pliable and pliant. I'm gonna go with both of those words. Take that, Wordle. A little bit of an elbow there. So a fun story a friend of mine had. I was at the South Carolina Comic-Con and a number of media guests there. And a friend of mine was just sitting there at the bar at the hotel one evening, and he's just getting this wonderful story from this old guy he was sitting next to. Didn't really know who he was. Wonderful stories about England and all this stuff. And after a while, he's like hanging out with for 45 minutes, and then it turns out, oh, it's Sylvester McCoy. Which Doctor was that? The 8th Doctor? Radagast the Brown from the Hobbit films. Oh yeah, just hanging out at the bar with Doctor Who. I love things like that. I spent some time hanging out with the Gamoran guards from Boba Fett. Amazing story from one of those guys about military service and training to be an underwater operator, like to handle deep sea work and diving bells type stuff. 7th Doctor. Thank you, Eric. Wait, Sylvester McCoy was 7th? So, right, 8th was McGann, then we got to the modern era. Right. Thank you. Yeah, oh yeah, my tag name is Quimp, yeah. Oh, Restream bot only respond to commands triggered by the streamer. It looks like they're working on getting it to respond to chat. Oh, that's interesting. I like your profile picture on Patreon. That expression. I don't know what my profile picture is on Patreon. I'll look it up. Those are geese. That's fantastic. When it's 8 o'clock, when it's time for me to stop working, I have my geese. My I have geese trained to tell me, hey, cut it out, man. You're working too hard. Not at all. Okay, I'm gonna merge these all together. These faces are done. That's the toughest part. Then I'm gonna do the gloves. Thankfully, there's only one glove. This is kind of like a simple mode this evening. Clear. Tell you what, let's stick in order. Let's do the eyes, and we're gonna do that thing I was talking about before. I'm gonna color outside the lines and clean it up at the end, just to keep there from being haloing. Set this layer to multiply. I don't have a lot of convention stories about celebrities. The weirdest one was at a Chicago Comic-Con ages ago, and being at the urinal, it only gets funnier from there. And having a 7-foot tall Peter Mayhew to one side and a Kenny Baker, R2-D2 to the other. My eyes remained riveted forward at the grout of the brickwork. This was an early time. I don't think this show was an awful show. It was like, I don't think there was a green room. I remember the tables of the show were set up like a shanty town. It was like just planks. Well, it might as well have been sawhorses. This is a tough one to say as a New Yorker. Sawhorses. I'm gonna try it again. They were sawhorses, not sawhorses. Damn my face. Okay, gosh, These are the only eyes and teeth in it. This really is easy mode. This coloring this panel. But my eye, but that show was just like the most rundown, awful. I think it was the first show I got charged shipping fees. I shipped my boxes to the convention and the convention center, and they hit me up with a massive fee. Brian Lee O'Malley. He freaked out going, "You're Brian Lee O'Malley." Oh, that's awful. Slash great. Terrible, yes, but great. Alright. A couple more shadows here. But, by and large, I don't think I've had any real celebrity. I was at shows for a while. I mean, I'd see cast members of things. But I'm never in the know, so I never really know who's a celebrity and who's not. I'm gonna put a little eyeliner on Quimp here. I think the outside of the eye needs it, so I'm gonna grab as dark a color as I can find, like at the bottom of the nose there, and a thin brush. That might be too red. I'm going to grab a darker color that's less red. Also outline the outside there, that little dark area I was talking about under the line, to kind of create the sense of panic. I want him to be really stressed about what's going on with Phosphine. That's funny, Eric. Oh, that's wonderful. DEG says, I ate at a Patreon dinner with Wheezy Waiter. The Wheezy Waiter guy. Greg Benzine. And Mark Rober. But because I was just an admin and not one of the actual YouTubers there, I was too scared to talk to anybody just at all. James says, I'm from Palm Springs, California. Too many celebrity stories while working in a high-end grocery store in high school. That's funny. Okay. It's getting there. My weirdest... Okay, I would say that the celebrity thing was that... So I ran the Small Press Expo for 2 years. I was executive director. It's a volunteer position. But I was executive director for 2 years. And Small Press Expo was kind of like the Northeast's... we call it the premier independent cartooning festival. And this would have been 2004. And usually there would be guests who'd want to be there. Or the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund would have a relationship with a cartoonist or somebody who's got a big book coming out, or would do a favor to the CBLDF to raise money for the fund. And that year, they had nobody. None of their usual suspects were able to make it. And so it was really a challenge, like, who's going to be our headliner? And fortunately, a couple of cartoonists had worked with and knew Harvey Pekar. So unrelated to, was it 2004, maybe 2005, but unrelated to that, I bet it was 2005, sorry, I'm getting my years, I ran it for 2 years. I remember one of the years was very confusing. Anyway, Mr. Pekar was brought in, and at some point, one of the volunteers was like, can I get them from the airport? Like, that was a perk of being a volunteer. You get to pick the person up, you drive them where they need to go, you get to spend time with one of these cartoonists you love. And if you're not too creepy, you can get the job. And so this volunteer got Mr. Pekar, brought him to the airport, picked him up from the airport, brought him to the hotel, and then called me to let me know that they dropped him off at the hotel. And I said, okay. and they're all settled in on their room and all that stuff. They got all this stuff, and the person said, I was just told to bring him to the hotel. Like, okay, fair enough. Inexperienced. You know, that's fine. Let's just, I will assume that everything went well. And a little while later, I get a phone call from Mr. Picar, or his wife, saying that they are been sitting in the lobby and they haven't been shown to their room. It's been like 15-20 minutes, and at that point I was driving from a different part of Virginia to get to the convention center, the convention building. It was a hotel at the time, and I talked to my contact, because again I'm running the show, and so I have, you know, I contact people who are above the pay grade of all the people there. I call them immediately from my phone, saying, okay, get there and take care of this, and these are celebrities, these are our guests of honor, you will take care of them, and I'm assured everything will be fine. I'm still driving. It's like an hour because it's stupid Washington DC traffic. It really was like 20 miles away, but it was, might as well have been the moon. And so I get there, and no, I don't get there. I'm still driving there. I'm still about 25 minutes away, and I'm told it's not, now it's half an hour, 45 minutes have gone by. They call me and let me know that they're still in the lobby. Okay, I'm so angry at that point. I'm calling. I'm quoting the amount of money that the event is spending at this thing. I'm telling them, you take care of them right now. I'm so angry. It's not my style to be angry. I'm like, let's work things out. But they're like, really, they're just people who just want to get into their room. They've been on a jet all day. They're lovely people. And I'm terrified of them. I'm terrified of Harvey Picar. I've seen him on TV. I saw him on Letterman. I'm like, this guy's terrifying. I don't know him. And also, I don't want to give a bad impression for the show. You know, or his friends who helped organize his appearance. And so I'm yelling at them. And I get a call back a little while later from the hotel. They've assured me that they are in the room and they've gotten everything. And I said, okay, I'm going to be there in 10 minutes. You're going to have a cart. You're going to bring anything. You're going to bring everything. You're going to put anything on that cart. The whole thing. If it's not nailed down, I want it on that cart. And we're going to go up there and we're going to bring it to them. And I said, this is what you're doing. And I got there. I ran out of my car, parked the thing, ran up there. They had a cart. It was loaded with food. I mean, they were stuck. I think it was loaded with food, loaded with snacks, and I think desserts and sodas and coffee and stuff like that. And this cart. Me, the hotel rep, my main contact, who was apologizing to me up and down, and then an additional hotel worker who was pushing the cart. We go up to the room, and I'm knocking on the door. I'm so nervous. I'm like, and I knock on the door. Pause. Door opens up, and I've never seen Harvey Picar in life. Like, it's just those crazy eyes staring, like disheveled, like a person who's been trapped in a hotel lobby for 45 minutes after a flight. And I just see him. He's staring at me like, who is this child? And what is going on in this clown environment? Why are we brought to this terrible place doing this thing? And then I just see his eyes dart over to the cart and the biggest smile on his face. And I think he could see the terror in my face, and then he saw that cart full of everything, of food and everything. He was the loveliest man. He was lovely. He and Joyce, they were fantastic. I got to break bread with them a little bit, and at one point, and they were super sweet and very sympathetic about running an event and the challenges. They couldn't have been nicer. We are so yeah, I guess that counts as a celebrity thing, but yeah, I think of fellow cartoonists as, not in that way, but it felt like a celebrity given his stature and his status, and then my abject terror. I never yelled at Mr. Picar, ever. I just yelled at everyone in that hotel for not taking care of him. Never ever yelled. I never had to. He was lovely. But then it was like, and also it was on me. I never told that volunteer to make sure they were checked in at the hotel. I never said that was part of the job. That if you're going to take them from the hotel, you also have to make sure that they get into You take them to the front desk and you make sure they're situated before you leave. So that was on me. So much to learn. I'll have it all figured out right as they're lowering me into the ground. Oh, I don't hate that hand at all. There's a lot of gesture in those fingers. What a good photograph of me and Mr. Picar somewhere. I also got to meet Will Eisner. I got to meet a lot of cartoonists. Very lucky to be coming up when I did. I never met Jack Kirby. That's a regret. Hey, KP. Nice to see you. We are coloring the next episode, and I am finally getting I'm getting some of the reply stuff going on. Let me see how I do it. I can get this to work. So my new Discord is there. It is called the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. I was definitely, when you were saying the other day about travel stuff, travel designs, kind of leave it there, that I definitely was doing stuff like this while you were talking. I'm like, huh, that can apply. But I'm using a color dodge layer on the glove to bring out some of the browns. What it does is it kind of brings out an orange color to the leather. So now I'm looking for white to add some highlights to the glove. Oh man. As soon as I'm done wrapping up some of these things on my to-do list, I put a big update on Patreon about all the crap all the pieces that are coming together. It's going to be this thing where suddenly there's all these things coming out at once. But no, you got me jazzed. Just thinking about it. And I was also had to go to the local Walmart yesterday, and there's every once in a while the film series decide that they need to re-release everything with different collectible boxes. That's not an itch that I need to scratch, but like they're all re-released with like travel posters. They all look like the WPA style of national parks and things. It's kind of hackneyed now. It's not like the stickers idea. The stickers, at least, they tend to have unique shapes. Like the Eiffel Tower is in the shape of an Eiffel Tower. You know, it's like they're mostly die cut, which I think gives them more possibilities. You can get a sticker sheet, that sort of thing, made. There's just more options if you're not just doing the poster idea with pure rectangles. And again, so many people have done them, and there are people who've done them well, and there are people who've done them awfully, and the awful ones sell because people don't care that it's 80%. No, I'm sorry, it's 30% fine, but it says Tatooine, and they're a Star Wars fan, so they're gonna get it, and they're like, ooh, it's got two suns. That's in it. But it's the colors are wrong, the fonts are wrong, everything about it's wrong. He says judgmentally. I've been set up on a lot of conventions next to print walls, and so I have kind of a twitch. God bless those artists for making a living, but I feel like they're preying on fans. Like they're preying on the collectability of the fan collectible mentality. Someone's going to go in there, they want to leave there with something that says Deadpool on it, and so these people just make something that says Deadpool. But if it's how they pay their rent, more power to them. The system is terrible. And that's what we have to do to survive. That's what we have to do to survive. It's like Jean Valjean stealing a loaf of bread, as far as I'm concerned. The 10-year-old trunk, I have had a bunch of stickers on it. They were all old and peeling, and I had to remove them when I cleaned it. Gotcha. At the last convention I was at, someone had these badly photoshopped prints. Okay, I shouldn't put prints in air quotes, because they technically were prints. They technically were paper with ink on them. But they didn't feel like artistic achievements. They more like, that's a screen capture, and there's like, the lens flare has been added. Prince, let the record show. All right. So the glove is done. That's the hardest part. The face and the gloves. I've got the mail. That's almost there. Really, the list here is not that long. I'll have to add the background, but mostly the word balloons next. We've got these characters, and I'll drop the background in. The idea is the background will fade to black at the bottom of the page, and they will be framed by curtains. The kind of the curtains of the tent, or the drapery of the tent, which will frame Phosphene, the baby dragons, and Quimp in the background. Did I add the coasters in my set already? Not yet. It's on the list. It's on the today was big on getting a lot of other things done, like setting up the reply commands and so much to do. Okay, let's change gears here, just a skosh, or half a skosh. This was the coloring project. Some of the stuff I was doing here. These are all the various pieces. All the stuff was drawn by Rick Veitch, and I've colored it. There's one more story to do, and it's still in the inking stage. But that was what was eating up tons and tons and tons of my time. So with those things done, and then I'm doing some other, a technical mapping project. Nothing beautiful like what you do. A technical mapping project that is consuming the rest of my time. But after that, I think we're going to have a lot more episodes of the Middle Age more often. And I'm excited to do a ton of other things. Where am I from? Texas? I'm a Long Islander. Yeah, I'm as likely to say, throw in lots of schmears and a little bit of lots of slang from all over. What else we got going? All right. I think let's finish coloring the metal at the very... Oh, hello, my microphone just fell. I was born and raised in Texas. I never heard that until I left the state. Huh. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Steve Conley. If you haven't yet hit the follow button, please do. It creates an earth-shattering sound effect which will terrorize everyone. Oh, and you get to find out when I update. But that is secondary to the cardiac event that will occur when you hit the subscribe button or the follow button. Come for the terror. I've also started to color the figures, 3D models, not in Procreate, but in Nomad Sculpt with modest effect. I'm hoping that I'd be able to... I'm trying to see if I can turn those into art. Like if I can run them through a filter of some kind or do some Photoshoppery to them to turn them into something more than just, something that looks like a 3D model. But I think it has a lot to do with the lighting, and so far the lighting is... I'm not there yet. My skills aren't there yet. Man, this is... I haven't done a lot of episodes where there's only 2 panels. But I spent a lot of time yesterday adding all the chainmail texture. But right now this part seems really easy to do. So I'm going to add some blue. Usually I add blue at the end to the entire figure, but with the cape, I can't add too much red. It just doesn't intensify. You never really get the sense of shadow. So I'm going to add it here. And then one last bit of screening with that red color. The thin brush. Those diagonal lines are... No, those diagonal lines mean I have an area selected. I don't know if I can zoom in. They won't zoom in any further, but if I deselect, they'll go away. So it's a very subtle effect, but in this case, I am working on the cape, and so those lines aren't there. It lets me know what's selected and what's not. And while I normally use the same color to create shadow, in this case with that pale, but very light blue for the metal, it's too light. It would take forever to do one glaze on top of another glaze to darken that color. So I just start with the darker color and use that for my shadow, my first pass of shadow. And Cave Geek was very kind, supporting the Middle Age with a picking up the books, and he got some extra goodies, extra loot. All right, let's. This music, every once in a while, it's lovely. It's, again, Kevin MacLeod, but it's like that mazurka music from Monty Python, where they're in the cheese shop. I want to start yelling. Look at this. 10 people on Twitch. Holy cow. In the double digits. Take that, Paramount Plus. Are you asking him to join the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you? there's a animator who does the animated spellbook videos. Zebashu, I think is what his name online. Um, uh, well, if it's any consolation, CG, I don't think there's going to be anybody talking on that server, so there's no need to mute it. Although, no, I'm going to tell everybody to have his server muted. I just tell everybody to at all with every post. Zen says we need a counter command that keeps track, something like we have gone 0 days without bashing Paramount Plus for being a useless pile of festering garbage. I like Picard. Even though I have to pay, and then they show me ads. Even though I heard Picard say that the economics of the future don't rely on money. He said that in First Contact, back when that wouldn't have been Star Trek getting all political. Honestly, the Halo series is the best comedy on Paramount Plus right now. Really? Is it really? Is it a comedy? Or is it just absurd? Oh, wait. A little highlight there. And I think those discs, I love the discs. They're done. They are done. The tabard. Let's do the tabard. But it was a chilly day here in Florida. I know the rest of the country, the rest of the world is going to throw a snowball at me. But it was like 60 degrees here today, all day. I know. I had to break out the long sleeve t-shirt. I had to wear my thermal pasties. People were complaining in Florida, is what I'm saying. Had to break out the gator sweaters. You don't want to let your alligator get cold. All right. That's almost done. I'm going to add a few nicks and cuts because, again, he's been through hell. So I'm using just the brush. I'm going to lighten the opacity. Multiply. I'm going to lighten the opacity when it's done. When I'm done. So again, I don't mind that it's super dark to start here because, again, I'm going to lighten it in a moment. There's also a big tear in his tabard, but I'm assuming his hand is kind of covering it given the position of it right now. So when I put other stuff in there later on, it won't be so bad. Eric says, Halo is the greatest show ever made 10 years too late. It was weird to see that anywhere. I'm like, is that still popular? I don't know. But I don't know. They keep making Masters of the Universe shows. We're getting there. Almost there. How are we doing on time? We're a little long. We're a little long. There's nobody on YouTube, so I'm gonna close out YouTube right now. Hey, hello, if you're on YouTube right now and you're watching this, thank you for being there. But join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Steve Codley. Join us. So I'm gonna log out of YouTube right now. Thank you. And I will see you all. Everyone else, hang out. Twitch folks, don't move. Don't move. YouTube, have a good night, and I'll see you on Thursday.